All right, I think we're live. So let me go ahead and explain what this is going to be, at least for the VOD, so anyone watching, you can understand what the goal of this run is. So this is just going to be me playing through Caves of Qud, and I'm going to just be explaining what I do, why I do it, all the choices that are made, explaining various things as I get to them and various mechanics of Caves of Qud. And if you want to follow along, then you're more than welcome to. I do play pretty fast, so good luck with that. But I already have a build already made for this playthrough. So I'll go ahead and flash it on the screen here. You can also find it on the Kudzu if you want to look in there. But what the build is, it's pretty standard as far as attributes go. A little higher on the toughness, just to have that extra survivability for beginners. Then also in terms of survivability, we've got Carapace as a mutation, very good defensive mutation. Corrosive gas generation is going to make sure that we can basically just kill anything at any point in the game. And double muscled is going to increase our melee effectiveness and give us some more strength. And this is going to be a melee focused build, which I feel are one of the easier builds to pull off. And then we've got two supporting mutations, Night Vision and Mental Mirror. Night Vision, just so you don't have to deal with not being able to see in the early game. It's not that big of a deal, but it's one less thing to worry about when you're brand new. So we decided to put it on. And we've also got Mental Mirror on there, just to give us a little more mental armor and resistance to mental mutations that we might find. Not like a surefire deterrent there, but good enough. I had 2 leftover points. I didn't really want anything else to clutter up the build and make it complicated, so we went with Mental Mirror. In making a build, there's a lot to say about it. If you want to make your own build, you certainly can. But try and keep the mutations that you're going to be leveling to around 3. That's kind of like the sweet spot. So I'm going to be leveling Carapace, Corrosive Gas Generation, and Double Muscled. Any more than 3, and you're really going to be stretching yourself thin on your mutation points. So just be careful about that. So we'll go ahead and start this up, and we'll start in Joppa, just a standard starting area. I really like the Joppa start. It's pretty much the one that I use all the time. And first thing that we're going to do is we're going to come over here and talk to Mehmet. And we're going to get our first quest, the Red Rock quest. And we'll also talk to the Zealot to get our second quest. We're not going to do the Zealot quest to visit the 6 Day Stilt anytime soon. Well, I guess kind of soon, but not right away. Some people will go to the Stilt right away, but I don't really like that. There's a bit of risk in doing that. You can just get lost and die very easily. But the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a look at Mehmet's, at the factions that Mehmet is liked by or not liked by. And he's only loved by the villagers of Joppa. This is always going to happen. And he's disliked by the Buddhist Templar. So throughout this run, I'm going to explain the factions and which factions you want to ally yourself with and gain reputation, which factions you don't want to ally with or don't really care about or don't want to gain reputation. We have a massive negative faction or reputation with the Buddhist Templar, and this is not really going to budge that at all. And we don't really need anything from the villagers of Joppa because the skill that they teach is harvestry, and the nomad start is going to start with harvestry. So you can see that we already have the harvestry skill. So there's nothing that we really need from the villagers of Joppa. So since I'm not really gaining anything from Mehmet's factions, I'm just not going to water ritual him. We're going to come up here to Warden Ureg. Now, Warden Ureg is always loved by the Fellowship of Wardens, and he's always admired by the villagers of Joppa. What else you get is random, but he is also admired by highly entropic beings. This faction I don't really care about. You're pretty much never going to find anything from this faction. However, I do want to get Fellowship of Wardens reputation. The Wardens are the high-level individuals, high-level characters that protect villages. And there are some, you don't start with very high reputation with them. So it's kind of precarious. Like if you kill a few creatures that are loved by the Wardens, or you want to water ritual someone that is hated by the Wardens, and you lose that Warden rep, then you can just like get killed straight up when you enter a village. So you always want to keep your Warden reputation high. So we water ritualed Warden Ureg. And then we have Elder Irdad, and Elder Irdad is only loved by the villagers of Joppa, and he's hated by 3 factions. Again, we don't really care about villagers of Joppa reputation. Succulents are not an important faction. There's pretty much no creatures in that faction anyways. Villagers of Dabal is a random village. Probably won't even find this village, so the random village factions I never care about. And the Mopongo are creatures that are in an endgame dungeon and are not threatening at all. And you start with pretty good reputation with them anyways. So you generally don't care about reputation with them. But I'm not gaining anything from water ritualing Elder Iridad, so I'm just not going to do it. You can walk a whole bunch of steps really quickly by pressing W and then the direction. You'll just start walking in that direction until you press something else. So you'll see me do that a lot in villages to navigate them pretty quickly. The camel-looking guy, I guess he kind of looks like a bird. He always looked like a bird to me, but he's a camel. This is Tam. He's a merchant. If you press tab while talking to him, we can trade with him, and we can buy some equipment that he sells. Usually you don't have enough water at the start to really do anything here, but I'm going to buy a little bit of ammunition. I'm going to buy these boomerose arrows and these lead slugs and these wooden arrows. I'm just going to buy all of them. And it's 4 drams. It's not a whole lot, but if we find a ranged weapon later on, I want to be able to use it right away. So go ahead and make the purchase right now. Boomerose arrows are pretty underrated, but they're pretty good. So don't sleep on these. They're really powerful, but they're not super common at the start. So you'll want to buy them at the moment that you can and start stocking up. All right, so we'll pay the 4 drams. We don't really have any. Well, we can sell these torches since you start off with a whole bunch of torches, but since we're not using, we don't need the torches because we have dark vision. We'll just go ahead and sell them, and we're back up 4 drams. So net neutral on that. If we come up here and investigate this statue and look at it, we'll get a Sultan secret for Reshef. Don't worry about the Sultan secrets right now, but we can trade them in later for EXP. And if we go to the zone directly north of Joppa, we can go to this statue over here and look at it, and this will always give us the location of a historic site. So this historic site is always going to be the lowest level, least dangerous historic site. In this case, it's CoQ. So we can actually press minus and go to the world map. And if we press L and look over here, we have CoQ. So that's where it's located at. Now, I'm not going to go there right away, but I want to have that place found for when I am ready to go to it. And going right out of Joppa, that's a good place to do it. So I'm going to walk up one parsang. Each one of these like map tiles is called a parsang, and there are 9 zones in each parsang. So if I enter this parsang, I'm going to be in the center, and I found Forgotten Ruin. So I'm going to be in the center zone of this parsang. So these Forgotten Ruins can have some dangerous enemies, so I'm not going to walk through it. I'm going to go down. So I was in the center zone. Now I'm in the south most zone of that parsang. So if I go up, it looks like I'm still in the same place. But if I press plus again, you'll see that we have the ability to select a destination. So I can either go into the center, which is where I just was, that Forgotten Ruin, or I can stay at my current location, which is in the southmost zone. So I'm going to go ahead and walk over to the right, and I'm going to press 9 to go up and to the right. So now I'm in the east zone. And if I go up all the way to the top and I press 7, that brings me up and to the left. So I'm in the northmost zone. And that's where I want to be. So I'm going to walk up one more zone. And this takes me into the Red Rock Parsang, so I get the EXP for completing that quest step. So I got 50 EXP, and I'm just going to auto-explore. You can bind auto-explore to whatever you want. By default, you can press insert, and that's your auto-explore. I have it bound to shift 0, because that's a really easy key combination for me. But go into the options and bind auto-explore to something that you like. That's a really, really useful hotkey. So this would have taken a long time for me to just walk around manually, but with auto-explore, it doesn't take that long. So we've got our first enemy here, the hulking baboon. Now these guys are actually pretty tough. They have really high strength that can hit me really hard. So I'd rather level up like once, maybe twice before killing any of them. So I'm going to avoid him for right now and go further to the left where he's not at and see if I can find an easier baboon. It looks like there's another hulking baboon. And here there's 2 normal baboons, so that's good. So I want to bring these 2 baboons next to me. That's my goal. I'm a melee build. I don't have a ranged weapon. They're going to be constantly throwing stones at me, so they have no reason to come into melee with me. So I'm going to bring them towards me. And yes, in the chat, we could get our achievement of shame if we get killed by the baboons. So we're not going to do that. We're going to pull them towards us, and this is really good for us. So we see 2 witchwood trees here. So this is going to block line of sight and bring those baboons towards us. So right now there's a baboon right in front of us. These regular baboons are not very threatening, so we can just attack them. And there's a second one, so there were 2. The second one decided to come up to me and attack. So what I'm going to do here, since they're both in melee with me, I'm going to press Shift D3. You can see my hotkeys down there at the bottom. And start releasing corrosive gas. And I'm going to then tighten my carapace to increase my AV pretty high. The gas is going to continue to come out, but I'll have a higher armor value. Which will hopefully result in them not being able to do much damage to me. So we got one of them, and the other one, I still have 8 health. They'll probably not be able to do 8 damage to me. But 7 damage, I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to go ahead and eat some witchwood bark. And the gas finished off that baboon. So that's great. So we're all done with that, although we now destroyed those trees, so those trees are gone, so I'll have to find a different plan for future baboons. And I'm going to wait for my cooldowns to come off of cooldown. So if you look in the bottom right, you can see release corrosive gas as a 25 turn cooldown. So I press Shift W. This is going to prompt me to wait for 10 turns by default. But since I have an ability on cooldown, it automatically increases that to however long my cooldown is. So good, quick way of refreshing your cooldowns. And yes, I am Affine from the Discord. The Twitch name was an old name that I have. I wanted to stream on YouTube, but it makes me wait a day from when I request it, and I wanted to stream today, so I decided to just use the Twitch that I already had. All right, so we've got a hulking baboon. Again, I don't really want to fight one right away. I can fight it, I can kill it, but as you saw there, it can do quite a bit of damage, and it looks like I'm not going to have much choice. So I'm just going to go ahead and kill it and keep a close eye on the HP that I have, and going to let our corrosive gas do a whole lot of the work here. So we're at 15 health. It probably can't do much more, but we saw that. So if you look in the chat, you'll see at the very bottom there's a turn start, and we start releasing corrosive gas, and the hulking baboon hits ×5 for 6 damage with the vicious bite. So ×5 means that he hit me so hard that it went through my armor 5 times. So it did the damage of his weapon 5 times over. So since he can hit me that hard, I'm just going to go ahead and eat some more witchwood bark. This is going to regen over time in pretty big amounts. So I'm just going to eat this, and we're just going to continue to attack this guy. And we're getting pretty low, and he's beating our regen. So I'm going to back off and just let the gas take care of him. All right. So we've killed 2. We're a little down on witchwood bark. I would like to have a little bit more. So I'm going to see if I can avoid other strong baboons like that until we get a few more levels. There was a baboon 2 tiles to the right. So if we hold Control and press 9 to attack to the top right, that should attack the baboon that was there and kill him off screen. So now we're level 3. We actually have a few mutation points to start spending. So on our character, Carapace is going to replace all of our body armor. Normally as a nomad we would have a recycling suit, which is the same armor value as a Carapace. So we're not really losing any armor value, but we are losing a bit of dodge value. So that little circle with a -2, that means that they're going to have an easier time connecting with us. So we want to raise this carapace pretty high, pretty fast. So we're going to go ahead and put our first point into carapace, and this is going to increase our armor value by 1. So we've just got a little harder to kill. Now, corrosive gas generation is going to be one of our good damage mutations. So we'll go ahead and increase that. So in the chat, I usually check if Iridad does not have terrible reputation. If he doesn't water ritual him for harvestry, I don't know how good of an approach that is. So that's a good approach, and that's actually one of the things that we did at the start of this run. Is we checked Mehmet, Iridad, and Ulreg, all for the factions that were with them. Villagers of Joppa rep only gives you that harvestry skill, and since the nomad starts with harvestry, there was no reason for us to actually do any of that. So since the factions that were allied with Mehmet and Iridad were not good factions, we just left them alone. All right. So we got another baboon. So you can see in the chat, we got hit off screen, so you don't necessarily know what it is, but if you look in the chat, you can see that a baboon equips a small stone, and then the baboon small stone hits me. So I know it's just a regular baboon, but I want to bring him to me. So I'm going to back up behind this tree. This blocks line of sight, and it's going to try to get in line of sight to hit me. So if I just wait there, it now is in my line of sight, and I can just attack it in melee and kill it in one shot. Also, if you press the tilde key, it's the key on like right underneath the escape key on your keyboard. That'll just heal you up to full. I recommend doing that after every single fight. So again, we have another baboon. I'm going to back up here behind this tree, and I'm going to wait for him to come to me. Yep, and there we go. So that's another kill. If you look down here to the bottom, we see a shrewd baboon. These baboons are a little tankier, but they don't really do a whole lot more damage. Definitely weaker than the hulking baboon. Although we do see a hulking baboon fighting a goat. So we definitely want to swoop in and steal this XP. Because the hulking baboon will probably kill the goat, but it'll at least weaken it. So we can swoop in there. Bring him to us, release our gas, and attack. And he's wounded, so one more should probably do it. I'm going to bring him into the gas by going up and to the left, and there he goes. Alright, we'll wait to see the outcome of this. It looks like they're both pretty injured. There's no one coming out on top, although the shrewd baboon has a bleed on him, so doesn't look too good for him. He's wounded. I'm going to try to sweep in, but nope, he killed him. That's okay. The goat gets a level. He deserves it. We'll continue to explore more of the map. This is just a regular baboon, so easy to kill. And here we have 3 baboons, 1 hulking baboon. So I definitely want to pull them towards me. And we'll wait for him to come into range, and we'll kill the regular baboon. And I'm going to go ahead and level myself up. So we'll put another point into Carapace. This isn't really going to do a whole lot for us right now, but you got to continue leveling it. You want to make sure that it's one of your higher leveled mutations. And there is a hulking baboon, so we want to be careful about that. So I'm going to back up a bit and see if I can't see where he is. So they're like right next to each other now. So I'm going to bring the baboon over to me. And we'll just try and keep blocking line of sight to get one in melee. And with them on each side of me, I don't really like that. So I'm going to move up and over here and wait for one to get into melee, and then I'll start the corrosive gas, and then back up and try and draw him into it. He's not going to go into it, but he got a little injured from the gas. So I'm going to play around this gas and try and see if they step into it and have them waste all their stones. This will also wait for my gas to be off cooldown. So the shrewd baboon is going to be the easier target to kill, and during that time the hulking baboon regenerated to full. So I'm going to try and get this shrewd baboon into melee. We'll start with the corrosive gas, and we'll kill this guy first. And now we'll just wait for the gas to come back off cooldown. Since the hulking baboon will definitely get killed if he walks into this cloud, he's just not going to bother trying to attack me. And now we can walk up to him. Let him walk to me, so I don't want him to get a free attack on me. So I'll just wait for him to come to me, and we'll start with the corrosive gas. And he's badly wounded. One more will do it, and we've got most of this map clear. Yeah, we got this map clear. So from that, we went from level 1 to level 4. So you level up really quickly on these baboons if you know how to kill them. So we're going to continue to explore. Hopefully we find a bit of witchwood bark. I would like a little bit. I've been neglecting the skill points because we just really haven't needed them. But we'll go ahead and put in an attribute point and a skill point. So I'll put this in agility to start to raise that. And we'll start looking at the skill points that we want. So one of the first things that I like to do is if you're playing a calling that doesn't have wayfaring, you'll probably want Mind's Compass pretty quickly. Getting lost is pretty disastrous early on, so you want to make sure that you're taking the proper precautions against that. But outside of that, I also really like to have charge early on. Charge is my favorite skill. I'm super biased towards it. I think it's fantastic. I use it all the time. So I'm going to go ahead and just buy charge outright. So I need to get hurdle first. So I'll buy that, and then I'll buy charge. So now I've got my charge skill. We spent all of our attribute points, all of our mutation points, so we're good to continue to clear out the area around Red Rock. Hopefully we get at least one witchwood bark tree that actually has some witchwood bark on it. So I don't think we've gotten, we haven't gotten any. So that's pretty uncommon. Usually you want harvest trees so that you can harvest some witchwood bark. But it looks like we've got none of that, which is unlucky. We'll go ahead and explore this last area. It looks like that's all there is around Red Rock, so no more baboons. Usually you get like 2 to 3 screens of baboons, but we only got one there, so pretty unusual. So a lot of what I do first thing when I enter a cave is I'll press Alt. So this is me pressing Alt right now. You can see the stairs up, you can see the stairs down, and you can also see a few creatures outlined in green and a few creatures outlined in red. So the creatures outlined in red are hostile to you. They will try to attack you. The creatures outlined in green are non-hostile to you. They will not try to attack you. So this dragonfly and these dogs are on my side. They will not try and attack me. And these dreadroot, they don't move, so they're not threatening. So I'm going to go down here and open this chest and see what we got. A couple arrows. I'll take the bent metal sheet. So the bent metal sheet is scrap. It doesn't provide any use to us right now, but as soon as it starts to provide use, I'll explain what that does. So we'll go ahead and explore this area. This jilted lover is a vine. It doesn't move. If you get close to it, it'll try and grab you. Since I don't know what's in this cave, I'm just going to avoid it for right now and scout what's in the cave, and it looks like it's totally safe, so we'll go ahead and walk up to the jilted lover and kill it. That way we can heal afterwards and we can continue to explore. Alright, so it looks like the only thing in this cave was 2 jilted lovers, so we'll go ahead and kill the second one. And we already found the stairs down, so go ahead and press plus on our keyboard, and that takes us directly to the stairwell down, if you found it. Alright, so go ahead and look around. There's nothing here. There's some smoke that's coming out over on this side. Usually it won't appear unless you've explored that tile, so I'm curious as to what this is. And we found our first snapjaw. So this creature here is a snapjaw. They're very, very easily killed creatures. Yep, one hit from me did it. And they're really good to kill, at least early on. Not for the EXP, but because they usually drop some decent equipment. So we're working with a torch and a dagger, both weapons that I am not wanting to really keep on. So I'm going to switch that for this mace, as I would like us to go in a mace build for this character. But we'll see if I get something a little more interesting than maces, but I'm thinking maces is the way that we go with this character. So I'm going to leave the iron battle axe because it's really not any better than my mace. And this creature here is a seed spinning vine. It's a ranged creature, so it's just going to keep making ranged attacks at me until I get into melee with it. So I'm just going to back up so it can't hit me and wait for the snapjaw to come to me, and then we kill it. So a two-handed sword is always going to be better than our one-handed weapon. So since this is a better weapon, I'm just going to go ahead and equip it. Early on, dual-wielding builds are really bad just because you have a super low chance to strike with your second hand. So if you're not using that second hand for a torch, like we don't have to, it's a good idea to use a two-handed weapon. It's just more damage. And we've got our first painted piece of gear. So the painted gear, if you look at them, are going to teach you a secret. So sometimes you can learn locations of historic sites. So like in this instance, I learned the location of a historic site. We learned a historic site location earlier on in the run. So this is a second one. This is a different location. And these historic sites are really good to visit because there are powerful artifacts in them. And speaking of artifacts, we have two artifacts here. One is an injector, the small milky tube, and one is probably a grenade, judging by its weight. You have to identify artifacts before you're able to know what they do and how to use them. So we can look at this, and we can hit Examine X, and this is a love injector, so that's a pretty good find for us, actually. Love injectors have a number of pretty good uses, and we'll get to those if they ever pop up. But love injectors are good. And we'll go ahead and examine this one. This is an acid gas grenade. So our corrosive gas is acid. So we're actually immune to acid gas because we have corrosive gas generation. So a grenade like that is free for us to just throw and walk into. But it's pretty low power, especially compared to our mutation. So we'll probably get rid of it. We don't really need that. This is a giant centipede. These are just like pretty basic, boring enemies. They're a little stronger than snapjaws, and they tend to have pretty good dodge values. So they can be difficult to hit sometimes, but that one did not pose any challenge for us. And we'll continue to explore. That's in prime charge range, so we'll go ahead and charge into it, and we're able to kill it in one shot. And we'll continue to explore. Snapjaw poses no threat to us. And we have a pair of crocossins and engraved bronze dagger. So the crocossins have a modifier in front of them called slender. So the slender means that it's half weight. And crocossins also give us reputation with unshelled reptiles, which is useful. It's not a lot. 100 is not that great for unshelled reptiles. It's not going to do anything for us right now, but this is the best piece of foot gear that we can find in the early game right now. And the bronze dagger is not very useful. However, it's engraved, which means it's worth a lot more and also teaches a secret, just like painted does. So in this case, we learned another historic site. That's uncommon. Usually you don't get so many historic sites back to back to back. So we found another historic site, and I'm going to actually pick this up because it's a dagger. It's really low weight. It's 1 pound, and it's engraved, so it's going to be worth a good little bit. So there's two snapjaws in front of us. We're going to wait to let them come to us. And at level 5, we get a rapid advancement. So what a rapid advancement is if you have a physical mutation, you can increase its ranks by 3 automatically, and this bypasses normal maximums for a physical mutation. So there's a reason why I wasn't advancing double muscle, and that's because the first 2 levels actually don't give you anything at all. It gives you a higher chance to stun, but it's not that great. But by rapidly advancing it right now, it goes all the way up to 4, And now it's going to be increasing our strength by 3 instead of increasing our strength by 2. So I like that little bump in power for my first rapid advancement. Now, normally double muscled would be rank 4, but it's capped at 3 right now because of our level. So you do have a maximum mutation rank based on your level. I think it's something like just half your level is as high as it can go. So we don't get the level 4 double muscled quite yet. We're still stuck at rank 3. But since we're stuck at rank 3, we'll go ahead and put a point in corrosive gas generation to bring it in line with everything else. And this doesn't take a turn. The Snapjaw will very nicely wait for us to do all of this fiddling, and we'll just smack it with our sword and kill it. Alright, so in here we found an opal pommeled steel battle axe. So this is a one-handed weapon, so it's still not as good as our sword. Even though it is a higher tier, so iron is worse than steel. But this opal pommeled steel battle axe gives you a bonus to hit. So if you are using axes, it's a really good axe to have. So we'll kill those two, and it looks like we got a two-handed carbide hammer, which is a very rare weapon for this early on in the game, and a very powerful one. And especially since we are using maces, I wanted to go down the mace route. The hammer is considered a mace, so we're going to go right in here, our cudgel. And we're going to go right in here, and we're going to buy our first cudgel skill. Now this just gives us an extra +2 to hit with cudgels, so now we're going to be even more accurate with this super powerful weapon that we have, and we just obliterate those two. Alright, so this Snapjaw Brute is going to be no problem for us. He's already basically dead from that one shot. Yeah, 2 attacks, not a chance. I don't want any of his stuff, so we'll continue exploring. And we got a fractured microchip. This is scrap. I'll go ahead and pick it up right now. Once again, we'll talk about scrap later on. This is a beetle. Usually, we're getting a lot of pretty rare stuff in this red rock. This is not common. So this beetle is going to ask me for stuff, just random stuff, and it could be anything, and he's going to give me something in return. So depending on what he'll give me, this is either completely useless, or it might be useful to come back. So he's going to give me a mighty weapon, and in return, I need to give him 6 flawless crystal coronets. So if you don't know what a flawless crystal coronet is, it's a helmet that is like 1 tier below the best helmet in the game. So he wants 6 of those, and in return, he's probably going to give me like a dagger. Like a bronze dagger with a terrible modifier on it. So this is not worth it. I'm going to totally ignore this guy. Had a beetle that asked for trash and handed over a hat relic. Yeah, sometimes they can have like actual worthless stuff that you need to give them. Sometimes what you need to give them is really hard to find. So it really depends what they ask for and what you get in return, because what you get in return is scaled to the area that you found them in. So since we're in Red Rock, it's as low area as it gets. So we're gonna get the worst possible reward from this. So there's absolutely no reason. Like 1 flawless crystal coronet is guaranteed to be better than whatever this beetle gives me. So I'm not even gonna bother. So I've been hungry. Not me personally, but my character. He's been hungry for a while. You can see it on the top there. Next to my temperature, it says hungry in yellow and quenched in green. So quenched is how thirsty I am. So I'm not thirsty at all. And hungry is how hungry I am. So I'm a little hungry. So being hungry doesn't do anything. But being famished, which is the 1 stage above hungry, will slow you down a bit. So we'll just go ahead and nick this in the bud. It doesn't cost anything to eat anything. So I'm going to press Z. That's my hotkey for making camp. You can bind this to whatever you want. I have it on Z. And it says there's already a campfire. So if there's a campfire within a pretty egregiously large radius of you, it'll just take you to that instead. So we'll interact with this campfire and we'll whip up a meal. Again, it doesn't cost us to do anything with this. It's just free. So now we're sated. If you look at the top there, we went from hungry to sated. So we don't have to worry about becoming famished and being slowed down. All right, so we're going to press plus and go to the next floor down. And we'll go ahead and explore. Looks like there's a warrior and a snapjaw. The snapjaw is not threatening at all. I'm going to try and pull him a little closer to me, and we'll just kill him. It looks like we didn't get that, so now I'm going to back up again. Now I'm only fighting just the warrior. Now, if I was to release corrosive gas, this would break the wall all around me, which would mean that I could then get attacked by more things. So I'll only do that if I start actually getting attacked by more things. But for right now, I think I can handle this warrior, so we'll go ahead and attack. And yeah, he's almost dead already. So we got that one down. There was a snapjaw over here. I'm not sure where he went, but I'll go ahead and wait. There is this bear coming to me. Let me look really quick. So we do have a path all the way to him. There's nothing being blocked from these 3 tiles here. So I'm actually going to charge in to kill this or attack this bear. I know there are 2 snapjaws somewhere over here. So by charging in, that gives me a few turns of clearance to just fight this bear, and I'm not worried about these snapjaws just dinking away at my armor. And I might end up killing it, but I ended up missing. So we'll go ahead and attack again. And we'll keep attacking. We're still at really high HP, and we ended up killing the bear. And I guess the snapjaw got distracted by a bat or something, and it never ended up coming. Yeah, I got stuck behind the bat. So bat MVP. We cleared out that area. We'll go ahead and explore. This thing right here is a copper nugget. We'll just pick that up as I pass by it. I have auto get, so there's a setting that allows you to pick up certain items when you're around them. So I'm automatically going to pick that up. This is just 5 drams of water, or not 5, 10 drams of water, so like $10. So it's good to have. It's a little bit of money. We'll continue to explore. And we get our first strained tubes. This is an artifact. This is just a chair. So we identify the wacky and wonderful metal folding chair. And we'll take the water vine wafer, and we'll wait for the snapjaw to come to us, and we'll kill it. Another copper nugget. We'll go ahead and pick that up. We're not getting that much armor, so there is some equipment that you see that I'm skipping, like various weapons and various pieces of equipment. Most of what I'm skipping is either a weapon or body armor. So since we have carapace, we can't wear any body armor, so it is of no use to us. And I can't unequip the carapace. But now we found our first piece of headgear, the leather cap. So now we've got a little bit more armor on our head. We'll wait for the snapjaw to come to us. More trash. Alright, we'll continue to explore. This looks like it's almost totally explored here. The centipedes never drop anything, so you don't have to bother checking their corpse. They have nothing on them. Alright, so this area is explored. We'll go ahead to the next one. Alright, so I don't want to walk 2 steps to the seed spinning vine and get attacked twice. So instead, I'm just going to charge it, and it'll be instantly killed. This thing right here is a young ivory. We actually saw one of these before, but I didn't point it out. These are hidden normally, so you see that it just kind of like appeared there when I walked by it. Depending on your intelligence stat, you have a chance of just discovering these. They're hidden. If you walk on them when they're discovered, they don't do anything. But if you walk on them when they're hidden, they will attack you and do a decent little chunk of damage for this early on in the game. Now, this is the object of our quest, the Gershling. There is a seed-spitting vine somewhere over here that is spitting at me. I don't want to be taking damage from the seed-spitting vine and the Gershling at the same time. So I'm just going to back up and let the Gershling come to me. Now there is a dread root right next to it, so there is a chance if I charge in and attack it now that I get feared and it's just able to like make free attacks on me as I run away. So I'm going to back up one more time to maintain my distance from it and let it come towards me so I can still charge. And then I'll charge in and try and take it down, and here we go. So all we need to do is pick up the Gershling corpse. We'll get some EXP. And we'll need to bring it back to Argive, or not Argive, Iridad. But I'm going to explore down here a little bit more, as there is some more stuff that I would like to find before going back. So find another Gershling, so I'll let it come to me. I need one more. There it goes. We only need one corpse, so I'm not going to pick up the second one. And looks like there's another one, so we'll charge in and attack it. But it looks like we have two on us. This guy can be a little dangerous sometimes, but they don't have a whole lot of health, so I'm just going to start with corrosive gas. And I'm going to tighten my carapace. So the tightened carapace is going to double your AV that is given to you from your carapace. So before, when I did this, I only got 3. But since I ranked up carapace and it gave me 4 AV, now I get an extra 4 AV from carapace. So 10 AV is pretty high for this point in the game. So they're going to have a hard time chewing through that AV, especially before they get killed by the gas. So we'll just heal to full, and we've got a level. So since we leveled up, we now can, our max mutation level has gone up as well. So double muscle automatically moved up to 4. Next rank we can even increase it to +4 strength. But I'm going to go ahead and put another rank in Carapace. This is going to bring my AV up to 5. And if I tighten Carapace, it's going to double that 5, so give me an extra 5 on top of that. So we're getting pretty tanky already. And we got some skill points to spend, so I'm going to go ahead and get Bludgeon. So Bludgeon gives us a chance to daze. And if you daze an already dazed opponent, then they get stunned. And if they're stunned, they can't attack you. And this synergizes extremely well with Double Muscled, because Double Muscled just has a natural chance to daze on any melee attack, including your cudgel attacks. So we have a 50% chance to daze, plus another 23% chance to daze from Double Muscled. Means that we're going to get a lot of stuns a lot of times. So we're going to be able to take on creatures far higher than you might think. Because they just won't be able to attack us because they're constantly stunned. And then we can combine that again with our corrosive gas and have them be stunned in the gas as they're just getting destroyed by it. So this build has quite a few synergies with itself. Making a build that does this can be a little tricky if you don't know all the parts of the game. So I recommend using a build, if not this build, then a build like this when you're first starting out. It's a really powerful one, so it'll do you well while you're still learning. So you can see a lot of this is due to our super strong weapon. But even if we didn't have a weapon this strong, we would still be doing really well at this point against these creatures. So before, around the baboons, you saw that we started to take quite a bit of damage from those creatures. Now we're pretty much taking none at all, and that's due to our really high AV from Carapace and the equipment that we've been finding. So I'm not making much commentary on the actual creatures that we're fighting now, because they're pretty weak for us, and they're just dying in one hit. One thing that I do want to point out that I'm doing is I'm spending a lot of time charging. So this is just reducing the amount of damage that I'm taking by any regular creature that I'm walking by. You see I'm hungry again, so I'll go ahead and make another meal. Keeping your damage taken as low as possible is like #1 thing that you want to make sure that you're doing at any point in the game. So even if it's one hit less that you're not taking, it's worth to do whatever it is to not take that hit in most cases. It's just a good habit to get into. All right, so I actually went down on that screen. You can go down. This takes us to the waterlogged tunnels underneath Red Rock. So there's some items in here that I would like to find. We'll go ahead and kill this hunter so he doesn't keep shooting arrows at me. But since he had a bow, I now have a bow. And if you remember, I picked up all those wooden arrows at the start. So now I have a bow that I can shoot people with. So that's why you generally want to have some ammunition on you before you leave Joppa. Alright, so we'll wait for the Snapjaw to come to me. It looks like there was even a Snapjaw warrior that I didn't see before. So go ahead and take it out. This is painted armor, and it's also lacquered. So lacquered just means that it resists being stained by liquids. Not very useful for us right now. Yeah, I don't really care about it. I'm going to leave it on the floor. I don't want to walk back because that'll bring me in melee with a jilted lover, so I'll go ahead and leave them. We'll kill that guy and that guy, let them come to me. The Snapjaws don't make a sound at all. Yeah, I've noticed that too. They kind of stopped making any noise. So the item that we just picked up, the hat, was a Gnawworm Skull. It's just as defensive as our leather cap, but it also gives us a ego boost, so +1 to our ego stat. So it's a little bit better. You can see our ego stat is now green to mark that it's being increased. All right. Nothing else interesting here. There can be a few enemies that are dangerous, and I'm just missing a storm on that centipede. Then go back here and heal. There are some enemies that can be dangerous down here. We haven't run into any of them. I'll point them out once we get to them, because it should just be a matter of time before we find one of them. They're pretty common down here. Alright, I'll try to get that hunter to come to me. There he goes. So this guy's a cannibal. He has a painted club, but they only ever have clubs. They don't have any armor or anything. They're super weak. They're not worth looting most of the time, but he had a painted club. So we got some secrets out of that. Go ahead, and there's 3 of them around me. I'm not that low, but I've already missed this guy, what, twice? I'm just going to have him eat some corrosive gas. Let's see if he wants to walk in, and he got killed by the bats anyways. Alright. It looks like one of the gas nodules kind of hit that bat, so he got angry with me. That can happen sometimes. It's one of the risks of corrosive gas generation. There can be some friendly fire. You can hit some unintended targets. But it's worth it. The power that you get from it, it's definitely worth it. So we saw that a bat just kind of self-destructed right here. I'm pretty sure that means that there is a young ivory here. So if I held control and press 4 to attack to my left, oh, there's nothing there. It must have gotten hit by the seed instead. There's a young ivory there. We'll kill that guy. And we'll explore around. I don't know how I didn't get this guy to be aggressive on me. We walked right past him. And we'll try and finish up this area of the map. Looks like it's almost totally explored. Right. So the main piece of equipment that we're looking for right now is something for our hands. Right now we don't have anything on our hands. So there are gloves that you can get that are going to increase your AV by 1. That's the main piece of equipment we're looking for. We can also get a face slot item and a back slot item that increase our dodge value by a little bit. Alright, so we got another mutation point. I'm just going to be alternating between carapace and corrosive gas generation. So we'll go ahead and put this point in corrosive gas generation. And we got a few more skill points. This really isn't enough to do too much. Although we can get charging strike, which is a really good one to have. I do want backswing. I would rather have backswing because it gives us a chance to strike twice. But I don't have the strength for that, so might as well get charging strike in the meantime. This little critter is a cave spider. Again, as you saw there, not threatening. They'll usually just run away from you unless you get stuck in their web, and then they'll come and find you and attack you. But most of the time, they'll just run away. Alright, looks like I attacked a Snapjaw scavenger that was off screen. I'm going to hold control and see if there's other creatures that are just off screen. Looks like not. And we'll kill that guy. More armor, more weapons that we don't need. But we do see this eyeless crab, and I'm pretty sure I heard the sound of a nullworm start sprinting. So I'm just going to put up my gas, and if they want to attack me, they're going to have to walk into it, and looks like they decided to do that. We'll just wait them out. Yep. When the gas is fully up, there's not a whole lot that can get to me. They just instantly die. So we'll wait for the gas to come off cooldown. I have noticed that it depends a bit on the intelligence of the creature whether or not they're willing to walk into the gas. So you saw that the nullworm and the giant centipede just walked straight into the gas, as did the crab. But this cannibal is hanging out outside of it. It's not going to come near me until I get in a tile where it can approach me safely. So if you're fighting lower intelligence enemies like beasts and stuff, or other like mindless creatures, you might just be able to just put up corrosive gas and just let them walk into like a full power gas. Alright, so these were the gloves that we were looking for. So now we're about as high AV as we can get with this like basic equipment. This is a masterwork bow. It has a higher chance of critting. So it's just better than our other bow. So we'll go ahead and take it. And we're getting shot from off screen. I'm gonna try and find them. There's a nullworm. We'll charge in, get it killed. And I heard the sound of another nullworm start sprinting. I'm gonna shoot this cannibal because he's gonna take some time to get to me through the water. I'm not sure where this seed spitting vine is. I'm just gonna start shooting at this centipede. Hopefully I hit the vine, but I didn't. There it is. We'll go ahead and back up. Alright, and then I'll start with my corrosive gas. So this eyeless crab has a lot of armor. It's going to be pretty difficult for us to kill normally with our regular weapon, so leaving it to die in the gas is going to be really good for us. Alright, so we'll just heal to full. And it looks like something else took care of the seed spitting vine, which is good for us. And we'll just continue to explore around. So it looks like I picked up a weird artifact there, and it looks like I've picked up a few artifacts. So let's go ahead and take a pause here, and let's identify what these are. We got another turquoise tube, so another injector. We got what looks like probably another grenade, and not sure what this is, but it could be a stun rod if I was to just make a guess. But we'll go ahead and examine these. So there's a Hulk honey injector. This is going to increase your strength, but also cause you to take damage over time. I don't like these, so I'm not interested in really keeping that. Thermal grenade does a whole bunch of fire damage. Can be good for us to use if it was maybe a higher mark. So this is Mark 1, which means it's the lowest tier grenade. Not surprising that we find it here. I mean, we're at the lowest tier area. But these earlier grenades really are not very good. So not interested in that. And here we have a stun rod. This one is counterweighted, which means it has a small chance, or it has a better chance of hitting. And it's got a cell inside of it. So let's go ahead and investigate the cell. It's a chem cell and it's full. So chem cells are used to power artifacts. So some artifacts take a charge to be able to use, or like a battery. That's what you can think of the cells as. They're just a battery. So we've got a cell to use wherever we want. We took it out of that stun rod because we're really not going to use the stun rod. So I'm going to sell that stun rod. It sells for a good little bit, and I would like the chem cell for other artifacts if I find them. This centipede is just running away from me for some reason. It must have gotten aggressive on something else. Alright, so 23 strength is going to give me backswing, and I have the skill points for backswing. And if I put another rank into double muscle, that'll give me +4 strength, which brings our strength to 23, which means I can now buy backswing. Alright, so I'm pretty stacked on cudgel skills, so I'll probably start moving away from cudgel skills from now on, as I don't really need any more. So this electrofuge is going to do some electric damage to me. So I'd rather not let it do that, because that electric damage is going to go right through my armor. So instead I'm going to put up the corrosive gas, and that'll cause it to stay there. Now we can just kill it like that. The electrofuge wasn't going to kill me. I wasn't really in danger of dying, but it's just damage that you don't need to take. Alright, so the giant amoeba here, it's not uncommon to find these throughout Red Rock. It's actually a little surprising that we haven't found one up until now. But you can see that its physical features are 4 slimy pseudopods. So these amoeba can actually hit you up to 4 times, and when you're a level 1 character, that's pretty disastrous. So don't underestimate these guys at our level. He's not very threatening, but if you're like level 1, 2, maybe even level 5, don't underestimate the giant amoeba, because they can be surprisingly deadly. Alright, so that's it for here. We'll go ahead and continue down. And we found what I was looking for. It's this mummified or ancient bones. That's what I'm looking for. So go ahead and walk up to it, and you can see that I automatically took a whole bunch of stuff. I found a sheaf of tattered parchment, 5 servings of canned Havidol, a small trinket, and a cybernetics credit wedge. However, I want one more thing from them. I also want this pickaxe. If you don't have night vision, this miner's helmet gives essentially a light source that is equal to a torch. I think it's a little bit better. But it's equal to our night vision for sure. And it's a head slot item, so it's if you're using a torch up until now, that's a really great upgrade to have. But since we have night vision, we don't really need that. We're going to keep our gnawworm skull. And that was the last thing that I'm looking for. I'm not interested in fighting anything else down there, so I'm just going to leave. So since we cleared out these zones, it's perfectly safe for me to walk back through them. I'm in absolutely no danger here. And that's part of the reason why I took the path that I did to get into Red Rock. It's so that I would always have somewhere to fall back to. So you'll notice that we approached Red Rock from the salt marsh here, and I made sure to look around this area to make sure that it was safe. I didn't really explain that when I did it, but the reason for that is if you just walk into Red Rock, there is 8 zones all around me where I have no idea what's in there. Right? So if this zone was filled to the brim with baboons, I don't know if going down here is just going to have more baboons. Right? So a really common thing for people to do is say, "Oh, you want me to go to Red Rock?" And they press L and they see, "Oh, this is Red Rock. Let me just walk into Red Rock." And then they go and there's like baboons all over the screen. And then they try to run away and there's baboons all over the screen again. And they just get killed. So don't let that happen to you. Instead, go to the parsing one below and then go up from there. So that way you have somewhere to run back to that's safe. Alright, so there was a forgotten ruin here that I avoided because I was still level 1. So I'm going to go ahead and explore this. Since I am higher level now, I've got lots of equipment. We've got a musket turret. So this is part of what I was worried about finding. But now that I'm higher level, my AV is high enough where I'm not actually that threatened by these musket turrets. But if I was still level 1, those things could basically one-shot me. So that's why I left this forgotten ruin. Alright, kill these guys. Now, this guy is an Archanaut. He's friendly with us. But I'm not friendly with him. I would like his stuff. So I'm going to get in melee with him. And then I'm going to attack him. So Arcanauts like to use guns to fight you. They otherwise have very weak melee abilities. So get into melee with them and take them out. They give a good amount of EXP. And they have tons of armor for you to use. And they've got guns on them. And lots of fresh water. I'm just going to collect these fresh water. Be careful about, so there's a reason why I collected the water in the water skins, and I didn't collect the water skins themselves with water in them. And that's because you can very, very, very easily over encumber yourself by taking too much water. Water is heavy, you generally want 2, maybe 3 water skins of water at any given point in time. Like that's your max. Any more, and you're just being like unnecessarily weighed down. Alright, so we'll continue to explore this area. Hopefully we get some good stuff. I'm hoping for books, as they sell for quite a bit. But we did find another Arcanaut, so we'll just kill him as well. Right, take your slugs. You had a box of crayons. This is probably, yeah, box of crayons. You had another chrome revolver. This is engraved, so let's look at it. We found another historic site. We're getting crazy lucky with these historic site locations. Alright, and we'll continue to explore. There's not too much left here. I'm hoping that there's one bookcase in this little corner over here. And nothing. Unlucky, but that's okay. We'll go back to Joppa and turn in our quest to Iridad. Say, hey, I got this pale spider creature, and we get our injectors. So we got a few items in there. Let me identify this. So we got this weird artifact that weighs 1 pound. So if we examine it, it's a fix-it spray foam, which is going to repair an artifact that's like broken or rusted. In the chat, is it better to sell the books or turn them in for EXP, or is it situational? Generally, it's better to turn them in for EXP, as there's a lot of things in the game that you can sell for money. But if they're, so it does depend, but generally you want to sell them, or we want to turn them in for EXP. And that's because you have to risk your life to get EXP, but to get a lot of money, you generally don't have to do as much risky stuff. But if you're like maybe 50 or 100 drams off from a really powerful item, and you have a couple books burning a hole in your pocket, then sell those books for the powerful item that's going to help you. Unless you're trading it in for like direct power, probably turn them in for EXP. All right. So we got the fix-it spray foam, so that repairs one artifact that breaks, and we got 3 salve injectors and an Uber Nostrum injector. So the Uber Nostrum injector is going to regenerate our severed limbs, if you have severed limbs, and give you more healing than a salve injector. And a salve injector is just going to heal you. So salve injector is like the better version of the witchwood bark that I was eating earlier. The witchwood bark is a pretty low power healing item, but it does have a chance to confuse you, which is going to like jumble up your screen. So it is a little more risky to use witchwood bark in combat, but you can resist the confuse, which is what I did both times when I ate it. All right, but we've got a whole bunch of stuff to sell. And I'm also going to identify this 12-pound weird artifact. This is probably a shotgun or a jackhammer. Yeah, it's a shotgun. We'll come over here to Tam. I don't think he restocked his inventory, though. Yeah, no, he didn't. So there's not a whole lot that I want to try and buy from Tam. In fact, I don't really want to buy anything from Tam. But I will sell him my Gershling corpse, because that's 20 pounds and not worth anything to me anymore. So sell that to him, and then I'm going to come over to the left and talk to Argive. So Argive wants us to fetch some knickknacks, which is just his name for artifacts. So I'll go ahead and give him the metal folding chairs that we found. He wants 2 of them. So we have 3 of those chairs. I'll give him 2 of them. The metal folding chairs are one of the most worthless items in the game, so you don't get anything but EXP for turning in the artifact to Archive, so you want to make sure that you give them your least most valuable artifacts. Alright, so now we've got another assignment. He needs 200 feet of copper wire, and Archive says that the best place to find copper wire is in these rust wells over here. And that's true. But we're not going to go to the rust wells right now. Yes, the chat. The third folding chair is ready for our next wrestling match. So we'll hold on to that to take out someone from the top rope. All right, so we'll explore this area. This is actually a really good zone, and I'm pretty sure I already saw the oddly hued glow pad while we were auto-exploring. So if you find a zone that looks like this is the type of zone that can, yeah, we saw it right there. This is the type of zone that can have the oddly hued glow pad. Now, you can see here the oddly hued glow pad is loved by the Consortium of Fita, disliked by water barons, this is random, and disliked by the villagers of Sabimur. This is also random. Water barons, there's literally no characters in the game that are part of that faction, so it's a dead faction. Villagers of Sabimur will probably never find this village, so I don't care about either of these factions, and I really want Consortium of Fita reputation. So I'm going to water ritual the oddly hued glow pad. Now, before I do this, you may not have seen the oddly hued glow pad, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff that is breaking our line of sight. These, brine stalks? These things? Yeah, these obscure your line of sight. Whenever you have a map that has tons of these brine stalk, these specific tile right here, this is generally a zone that is going to have the oddly hued glow pad in it. If you press backspace after exploring the whole map, you'll find that the oddly hued glow pad is a point of interest. So if you didn't see it, or you just wanted to check after exploring the whole map, press backspace and it'll tell you whether or not the oddly hued glow pad is on the map. So if you're looking for it, that's how I would look for it. But we got lucky and it was in just our first zone. But we're going to water ritual the oddly hued glow pad. And we'll get a little bit of Consortium of Fita reputation. Now, one thing that the oddly hued glow pad can do is it can teach me Snake Oiler. So Snake Oiler is a skill that is going to make prices better for me. It's essentially going to make prices as if I had 4 more ego than I actually did. So you get massive bonuses from buying and selling with the Snake Oiler skill. So you want it as soon as you possibly can. So we need more reputation. I don't have any secrets to share with the oddly hued glow pad. They want to know the locations of merchants and vendors. So since I haven't found any other merchants or vendors, I don't have any secrets to gain any more reputation. But we gained a little bit. There's more opportunities for reputation with them. So we'll be coming back if I ever find some more. Now the oddly hued glow pad is a merchant. So if you press tab, you'll see that they do sell quite a bit of stuff. There is one item that we're going to want from the oddly hued glow pad, but we're going to come back to get it because I don't know which one it is right now. So we'll see these 2 blue small stones. Whenever you see a small stone, the text small stone, and it's in blue like this, it means it's a recoiler, which is a teleporting device. So one of these is a recoiler to Joppa, and one of them is a recoiler to Gritgate. I'm pretty sure the 214 one is the recoiler to Gritgate, but if one of these recoilers has a cell slotted into it, it can drastically increase the price. So rather than spend 214 drams on what I don't want, I'm just going to complete this quest because I get a Joppa recoiler from Archive. So we'll come back after we get that so that we know which one of these we actually want. We need the Gritgate recoiler because we're going to be going to Gritgate after we're done with this quest. So we found another ruins. I'm on a mission, and I know that what I'm looking for is not going to be here, so I'm just going to move on. We find a secluded workshop, which is a merchant location. So I'm going to investigate this. And this is a workshop of some dude. I don't know what this guy sells. So let's go ahead and explore. Now I can go back to the oddly hued glow pad and turn in this secret. There's a pair of shoes, so they might be a cobbler. Yeah, they're probably a shoemaker. But we'll investigate this upstairs area, and we'll go downstairs, and we'll explore down here. And something was aggressive. It was this null worm. Go ahead and kill it. And we found a maintenance security card. It's okay. This is going to allow some opening of doors, but pretty low tier doors. It's not a great one. And we'll get these scrap. So yeah, what a seed we've got for this showcase. Yeah, I know there's been some pretty good luck in this run. So we got witchwood bark, stun rod with a chem cell. I'm gonna go ahead and just remove that chem cell right now and get the stun rod. And we'll get the copper nugget. So the musket weighs 25 pounds. It's way too heavy for its value. It's not worth a whole lot. You have to reload it after every single shot. It's not a good weapon. So I'm just going to leave it there. Now, that merchant that we found is going to be a point of interest, so we can go to them by pressing backspace. And they're also going to be a legendary creature for the Merchants Guild. So they are loved by the Merchants Guild and admired by Svardim. And since they are a shoemaker, I generally don't care about the types of gear that shoemakers sell. So sometimes you might want to kill these guys so you can get their like really expensive loot without having to pay for it. But I don't want anything of what he has. And he is liked by the Merchants Guild and admired by Svardim. So Svardim are a pretty dangerous late game faction, and I would like to shoot to get neutral with them, but if I don't get neutral with them, it's not the end of the world, but this is just free reputation with them. Definitely want to take that. Alright, and I can just get a Fullerite Maul. I'm so tempted to take this. He must have it equipped. That's why it didn't show up in his inventory. He just spawned with a Fullerite Maul. So a Fullerite Maul is a melee weapon that's 2 tiers above my current melee weapon. I'm conflicted because this is such an increase in power that you like would never get at this point in the game. I'm just not going to take it. It would be an easy 40 reputation, but just to show you guys, you know, for a beginner run, I'm not going to take that. If you are offered a Fullerite Maul at level 9 for 40 reputation, you always take that. So if you get the same offer, take it every single time. But just because it's probably never going to happen for you guys, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to leave it there. So this is a little more representative of what you guys can expect for your runs. All right, so we got lost. We found a ruin. I feel like we can directly waltz into Bethesda Susa right now, and every single enemy will end up either dying to circumstance or be a friend. Yeah, this has been a really lucky run. But I'll try and I guess manually tone back some of the luck. Now we did find a layer of Smedins. I don't know what Smedins is. But I will explore because layers are always great things to explore, and it looks like it's a legendary fish. Yeah, it's definitely a legendary fish. So we want fish reputation. We definitely want fish reputation. Fish are one of the best factions to have reputation with, especially early on in the game. So we'll take all that stuff and we'll explore around. Now, one of the things that I did purposely on the surface there is that I didn't attack one of those fish that were hostile to me. It was a sewage eel. And the reason for that is because if you attack a creature that is friendly to all other creatures that are around you, it'll make their friends mad at you too. And I don't want to make all the fish mad. So I investigated this whole area down here. Now the glowfish are kind of difficult to see which one is the legendary one because they're all pink. So you just hit backspace after you explored. The legendary creature in a layer is always on the lowest floor of the layer. So if you see that there's no way down, you found the legendary creature. So here's Smedin's. And he is loved by fish, disliked by unshelled reptiles, and disliked by the cult of Artillerim III. So the cult is a random sultan cult. We don't care about reputation with them. There's pretty much no chance that we're going to become neutral with them. And they're also disliked by unshelled reptiles. That's unfortunate. Although I am willing to trade a good amount of fish reputation for a little bit of unshelled reptile reputation. That is a trade I am willing to make. Now, I won't be making that trade often, but since this is the first time that my unshelled reptile reputation has been lowered, I'm willing to make that trade. So we'll go ahead and water ritual. So our unshelled reptile reputation only decreased by 50. Not a big deal. And we can share a secret. We can share 2 secrets, which means that we are now indifferent to fish. Which means that sewage eel, kill this guy, that sewage eel that was hostile to us before, we go find him again, he is now neutral to us. Right? So this is the big pull of being or finding fish layers and becoming indifferent to fish is that you'll have hostile creatures like the sewage eel become neutral to you. Now we're about to go in an area that has a shitload of these sewage eels. So now that we're neutral to them, they're not going to try to attack us, and that's going to be a huge benefit for us. All right. So I'm not sure that we hit the center zone. We did. So that merchant area was the center zone. I'm looking specifically in the center zones for an item that is always found in a center zone. I don't know which one that it will be in yet, but it is in one of them. So we're just going to keep wandering around the salt marsh until we find the item that I'm looking for. So in the chat, Asphalt Mine's gonna have geomagnetic disc or something else extremely strong. Yeah, we're gonna try to tailor back some of the crazy items that I find. So if I get anything too crazy too early, I just won't use it. So I'll try to keep it more on par with what you can expect to have. So don't worry about it too much. But maybe we'll get to see some wacky items in some wacky places. It's always fun to start new runs and see what you get at the start, because you don't have anything, so like any equipment is like an exciting upgrade. So sometimes you can find some crazy stuff. Alright, so nothing here that I wanted. We'll continue to explore. We're going to get notified if we find the item that I'm looking for. So I don't have to worry about missing it. But what I'm looking for is only going to be found in a center zone. In fact, let me turn off harvest plants. I think my guy is just walking around harvesting water vine and making this take longer than it needs to. Right, so nothing here. Nothing here. I found another layer. It seems like they made an update where they're not telling you what creature layer that it is anymore. I think that's a kind of a weird change. I think this is insects because there's a lot of giant dragonflies around. There are 2 turrets somewhere in here. I heard the chirping. You can see it in the chat. And they look like musket. Yeah, musket turrets. So we'll try and... Ooh. Yeah, we'll see if there's another way around them. There's quite a few of them down there. I'll kill this guy. Right, there might be a way around down here. And if there's not, we can always make our own path. So it looks like there's not. So we'll go ahead and make our own path using that pickaxe that we found earlier. Alright, so now we've got a narrower area. It's going to be harder for them to attack us and easier for us to attack them. Just like that. Let's go ahead and wait for our charge to be off cooldown so we can close the gap, and there we go. So if you're ever outranged by a creature, don't just charge in and take a whole bunch of shots. See if you can go around them. And especially for turrets, because, I mean, turrets don't move. So you've got all the time in the world to figure out how to get around them and what's your approach. Alright, so we'll go ahead to our next zone. It's definitely insects, by the way. There's normal creatures like this salt hopper that you wouldn't find normally in these areas. So there's a giant, yeah, there's a legendary giant dragonfly. But before we get to that, let's explain this basic toolkit. So this is going to improve our chance of identifying an artifact, and if we disassemble something, we get some extra bits. Now, we haven't talked about bits yet, and I'm not going to explain it until we get to a point where we can actually start getting bits. So just ignore that for right now, but I will pick it up. Now, this Isakari banner is a backslide item. It gives us some reputation with the Isakari tribe, which is better than our cloak, which gives us nothing bonus. It's the same stat-wise, so we might as well take that. And we'll go ahead and talk to the legendary. Now, this guy is loved by grazing hedonists and insects, disliked by equines. This is okay. There are not many equines in that faction. There's not many creatures that are equines. And we start off with good reputation with them already. So losing a little bit is not going to do us any harm, but I am going to have to be careful that I don't reduce it too much lower. Hated by trolls, we're already hated by trolls, so I don't care. Go ahead, hate away. And disliked by pariahs. Pariahs, I don't care. I don't want to be disliked by pariahs, but we start off with some pretty good reputation with them, so I can lose a little bit. I would like this insect rep in particular. So I'm going to go ahead and water ritual. We gain a good amount of reputation with insects, and we only lost a little bit with equines and pariahs. So, Just have to make sure that I'm aware of how much we lost, which we didn't lose much, so that we don't go too much in the red. All right. So we'll continue to explore, looking around for that item. Now, it can just be in a random zone anywhere in the salt marsh. So there's no telling where it is. It could take us a little bit for us to find it. But we're finding some really good stuff along the way. And that's generally how this search goes. Is you look around for this item, and you end up finding a lot of good stuff along the way. Like this village. So this is a random village. When I was talking about those random village factions and not caring about them because we probably won't ever find the village, this is one of those random villages. So there's always at least one in the salt marsh. Well, there's always exactly one in the salt marsh. And these villages, the mayor or village leader, they go by different names. The leader is able to teach you a skill for reputation. And they also have some reputation changes in them. So this guy's disliked by the Merchants Guild and hated by equines, but he is loved by unshelled reptiles. I did get a little bit of a hit to my unshelled reptile reputation earlier. And I know I just said that I have to be careful about my equine reputation, but I can lose more. So I'm not worried about losing a bit more. I can go down to negative 249 on equines before they start getting actually mad with me. So I still have a lot of leeway in there, so I'm going to go ahead and take a hit to equines and merchant guild reputation for that unshelled reptile reputation. So this brings me to a net positive 50 because I lost 50 earlier. So the mayor is going to teach me cleave, which is an axe skill, so I don't care about that. So you can keep your axe skill. I'm going to keep my reputation. And we're going to move on. Alright, so able to shoot that guy. Those hunters are always annoying to have to fight in these like large open areas. So they'll just constantly kite you. Alright. So we found another lair. This looks like it's probably the lair of a legendary Snapjaw. And judging by all the Snapjaws that are there, yeah, it's probably the lair of a legendary Snapjaw. So, lairs of legendary Snapjaws actually contain several legendary Snapjaws in them. So this is a good chance for us to get a good amount of reputation with some random factions, as Snapjaws commonly have factions that dislike them. So if you kill legendary creatures, all the factions that hate that legendary creature will like you more. So we're going to go ahead and look around for some of those legendary Snapjaws. We vastly outpower the Snapjaws here, so we don't have to worry much about being attacked. You still want to be a little careful. So, while I won't be charging in recklessly, I won't be as cautious as I have been in the past. Just because these are very low level weak creatures. Alright, now usually there's a legendary Snapjaw on the surface of the lair, but looks like this time there isn't. Unless he's just hiding. Yeah, looks like this time there's no legendary on the surface. So we'll go ahead and head down into the lair and see what we can find. Alright, so we got a shotgunner. This guy is gonna, as you might imagine, shoot a shotgun. We're gonna get a lot of these pump shotguns, and they're heavy artifacts that are not worth a whole lot. My auto pickup is gonna automatically pick up every single one. So I might end up being over encumbered pretty quickly. So I'll just have to keep an eye on it. Now these strange tubes may actually be the item that I'm looking for. Yeah, mechanical wings. So this is what I was looking for. So we actually found it just on a random snapjaw. Now I'm going to continue to look for the guaranteed pair of mechanical wings that you can always find in the salt marsh. This is a nullworm skull with filters. I'll explain that in just a second. So I'm going to continue to explore for the guaranteed pair of mechanical wings, just because mechanical wings sell for a lot of money. So it's definitely worth it still. Now we picked up there a nullworm skull with that was fitted with filters. So what that means is that it has a chance to filter out gases. So gases will not affect me as much while I have that equipped. I'm going to back up. There's quite a few enemies, so I'm going to back up into this doorway just so that they can only attack me one at a time. So I still was not in a whole lot of danger to be killed, but there's no reason to get attacked like that. Now, Prayer Rod is actually a somewhat rare item. It does electrical damage, and it is considered a cudgel. It can be useful to us a bit later, but I probably will just sell it because it's not that great. Alright, looks like our way forward is actually being blocked by this tangled mud root and fence. So sometimes these statues can spawn and just block your way. So I'm going to hold control and attack it. And then I'm going to have control A, and that's just going to automatically attack it until it's destroyed. So easily break through that fence. And now we're on our way. And it looks like did I pick up a bit of water there? I think it was just how it looked. We found another pair of mechanical wings. Wow. They are heavy. But they are worth a lot. So we are continuing to get lucky. I might even just not sell one of them. That's just how much they're worth. So I may just get rid of one. I'll continue to explore this floor. So we passed over two thermal mines. I saw it was a thermal mine. I didn't explain it, but I wasn't worried about thermal mines just because we have a good bit of heat resistance. And now that I'm looking at the screen, looks like we leveled up a few times, and I did not upgrade ourselves. So let's go ahead and put a point in Carapace. Carapace is what's giving us all the heat resistance, and we'll put a point in corrosive gas. Now for our attribute point, I think we still have, we still have room for our hammer. So let me go ahead and explain this number that's next to the arrow. So the number that's next to the arrow is the penetration value. So our current penetration value is 8, and our penetration value with this weapon can be a maximum of 9. So we are missing out on a little bit of damage with this weapon because our strength is not high enough. So when you attack, the math is a little complicated. When you attack, your penetration value with a weapon is compared to the armor value of the enemy. So having a higher penetration value means that you're going to go through the armor multiple times, doing more damage. So I'm going to go ahead and put that attribute point into strength, which will bring my +3 in strength to a +4 in strength, which will then bring my penetration value with this hammer to its maximum possible value with the hammer, which is a 9. Alright, and we'll continue to explore this floor and see what we can find. And it looks like we found the legendary. So this was actually kind of unlucky that there was only a single legendary creature here. But we can see that he's loved by Snapjaws and hated by 3 other factions. So this is exactly what you want out of the legendary creatures that you're trying to kill. You want them to be hated by as many factions as possible, because each one of these factions is going to love us for killing this guy. Or her. So it's a female Snapjaw. So she has pissed off Chava, Fish, and Joppa. So Chava is an endgame entity. There's really only it's one creature, but there are multiple creatures in the faction. It's hard to explain. Better to just see it than to try and make sense of it. But we want to keep Chava neutral because they're important for a quest later. Fish, we already know about Fish. We want as much reputation as possible for Fish, so this is just adding more to the pile. And Joppa, we don't really care about, but more is always good, so this is perfect for us. So we'll go ahead and kill her. And we get a whole bunch of reputation by all 3 of those factions. And not impressive loot, but we'll go ahead and exit out of here. And I'm just going to walk over that because I'm not worried about it. Now, if you don't have Carapace, or if your Carapace is not leveled highly, don't walk over thermal mines. They will hurt you. But because we have such high heat resistance, and it's just a Mark 1 thermal grenade, it wasn't going to do any damage to us. Alright, so we have some skill points to spend, so I'm going to move into Swift Reflexes and Spry. So I have 1 off for Spry. So Swift Reflexes gives us an extra 5 DV whenever a ranged weapon is trying to attack us, so it's going to make it much harder for us to get shot. And what was the other one? Spry is just going to add a permanent +2 bonus to your dodge value. So we're going to go for that one next. We see some ruins. I'll get the location, but I don't... Oh, these have books in them, so I will actually explore them. We'll go ahead and just kill these Snapjaw. And this guy running away. And we'll see what we find in these lovely bookshelves. Okay, so this would be a really good item, but unfortunately we cannot equip armor. Our first bad luck, I guess, if you want to say it on the run. So snail encrusted gear gives you a whole bunch of reputation with mollusks. We're going to want some coming up pretty soon, but since we cannot equip body armor, this actually serves us no purpose. But we will want some snail encrusted armor that is not that whenever we get the chance to find it. Just snail encrusted armor that we can wear, hopefully. Alright, so we got some books. You don't really have to bother with what the books say. They've got some interesting lore if you read the yellow ones, but the white text ones are just randomly generated. So if you want to read some Markov chain gibberish, then go ahead and read the white text books, but otherwise just collect them. And we'll collect this water. And we'll investigate the center zone to see if we can find the mechanical wings. That should be in one of these center zones. I'm determined to still find these mechanical wings to show you guys what it looks like, but we are finding tons of stuff. This layer, I see the salamanders up here, so that means that this should be an unshelled reptile, layer. Now, we are currently hostile with unshelled reptiles. However, we have in our possession a love injector. So we're going to be using that bad boy to make the legendary, it's probably going to be a legendary croc. The legendary creature in here, we're going to make them neutral to us, or at least on our side, so that we can water ritual them. So I'm not going to worry about having these regular enemies be angry with me. I don't really care, because we're going to love injector the leader anyways. Alright, and the turtles here are on our side because we have Carapace. So Carapace gives us a whole bunch of reputation with tortoises. So that's why they're on our side here. Alright, continue to explore around here and go to the next floor. And here is our quarry. So we'll go ahead and equip our love injector. You want to equip it in your hand because we are going to try and stab him with it. And it falls in love with us. So now we can chat with it and water ritual it. Before we do, let's find out the factions. So disliked by insects, that's unfortunate. But I would like a little bit more unshelled reptile rep. Disliked is the lower tier, like hated is worse than disliked. So you lose more rep for hated rather than disliked. So we're probably not going to lose that much. Gersh is a little spider thing that we killed earlier. You're never going to be allied with those things, so don't worry about any Gersh reputation. And arachnids are already angry with us. They are already hostile, and there's not very many dangerous creatures in the arachnid faction, so I don't care about reputation with them either. Insects is the only one that's unfortunate, but I would like the unshelled reptile reputation, so I'm going to do it anyways. So this brings unshelled reptiles indifferent to us, which is what I want, and I'm going to have him just stay right there because I don't really want him to follow me around. So I'm going to go up to drop the aggro and then continue to explore down here and clear out this bottom of the cave. Before I forget, let's equip our cudgel back. So this was the algal maggot, that little thing that we killed right there. That was an example of a Gersh creature. Those ones are super weak, so we don't have to worry about them. They drop some corrosive acid, but since we're immune to corrosive gas from our corrosive gas generation mutation, we can just walk right through it. Alright. Was that the center zone? Yeah, it wasn't. So let's go ahead and just explore this center zone. This usually doesn't take that long, but we're having a lot of diversions from like layers and stuff. This is usually a pretty quick process. But we're getting pretty lucky. Yeah, so this is what I was looking for. Flattened remains. So you can see them, if you didn't catch it, it's way over here on the side. this little thing right there. But it's a point of interest, so we can just press backspace and walk all the way over to it. So on here, there is always going to be some higher tier gear than the area that you're in. So you definitely want to come here. There's a broken pair of mechanical wings, and there's also a good amount of wire, which is the object of our quest. So we'll go ahead and pick that up. We'll look at the painted sword, and this 8-foot cloak is worth a lot, so I'm going to pick it up. Is mollusk rep for slog or just general benefit? Yeah, you got it right. So it's specifically for slog. If you have a single piece of snail encrusted gear, a slog is neutral to you, as long as you haven't angered mollusk in any other way. So it's a really handy thing to have, and it just makes Golgotha quest a lot easier. Now, if all of what I just said just sound like gibberish, don't worry, we'll get to it. All right. So we have in our possession a pair of broken mechanical wings now. So I technically don't need to do this step, but I'm going to show you guys just because you probably won't get 2 random pairs of mechanical wings from Snapjaws. So you take them to Argive and you trade with them, and Argive is able to fix them. So if you activate the broken mechanical wings, he can both identify them and fix them for you for the cost of a little bit of water. So we can ask Argive to repair them, and he repairs it for 5 drams, and now we've got a working set of mechanical wings. And I don't know if it glitched or if I just have more mechanical wings than I thought. Yeah, it's just a visual bug. Okay. I thought for a second that it was saying that I had 4 pairs of mechanical wings, but I don't. Okay. All right, and we'll identify this, just a freezing axe. Not noteworthy. We'll go ahead and go back to Tam and see what Tam has to sell. It's not really worth paying all this money to find out what these are. However, the luck continues to go crazy in this run. So this is metamorphic polygel. I know it doesn't look like it. It looks like a weird artifact. But I can guarantee you that this is metamorphic polygel. And for Tam to have this is exceptionally rare. Now, I highly doubt that I can afford it. Even if I sold like everything that I had. I'm just gonna see. I'm pretty sure this is way too expensive. And even if I could buy it, I probably wouldn't. Yeah, this is way too expensive. But this is metamorphic polygel. So metamorphic polygel is a really nice item to have. It will duplicate any item once. So it's really handy, and I will be buying as much as I can when I can afford it. But it's just a little bit too rich for us right now. I'm going to buy these nuggets and try to sell some of these weapons that I have. The nuggets only weigh 1 pound, but they're worth 10 drams. So it's worth consolidating like your heavy equipment into these nuggets. All right. So I got a little bit of water in there. Actually, let's do these. Let's do the shotgun. So that's a heavy item. All right. So we made our purchase. Now we're ready to go over to the rust wells. So there's a whole bunch of preparation just to finally get here to the rust wells. So why did we go through all that trouble to get the mechanical wings? So the reason for that is because these rust wells, you can just walk down them and get right to the middle. And in the middle, there's always going to be 100 feet of copper wire. So these two spindles are both 50 feet each. So in addition to these 100 feet, 100 feet of copper wire, there's also going to be a enemy that is a little stronger than normal, which is this scrap droid. And there's going to be a powerful item or a chest with items in it. And that's this axe. So this looks to be like a carbide battle axe. So this scrap shoveler right here is going to be neutral to us. It's not going to attack us. So this is really safe for us to go down. But we're going to go ahead and equip our mechanical wings and just walk on down. So if we hold Alt, we can see that this scrap shoveler is neutral to us. And this is actually a folded carbide battle axe. So this is a higher tier than even the carbide hammer that I have. So if we were using axes, that would be a pretty nice find. But I'm just going to go ahead and pick up this wire. And I'm going to go back to the wall, and I'm going to start flying. So I have this bound on a hotkey. You can see it's numpad 0 on the bottom middle of my screen. That's fly with mechanical wings. And in order to go to the floor above me, I'm going to press minus. And this takes me to the floor that we were just on. We're going to fly up there. Now, we have a 5% chance every single time that we move to fall while we're flying with the mechanical wings. So instead of flying up again, I'm instead going to move onto this ledge right here. That way, if I fall, I don't fall all the way to the bottom and take a whole bunch of damage. I just fall a little bit, and I don't get hurt at all. So I'm going to repeat this pattern a few times. So you can see it happen right there. So instead of falling all the way down to the bottom, in which I probably would have died, I just fall one strata. That's like a zone height, and it deals no damage to me. I just fall prone. And I can just wait for my fly cooldown to come off of cooldown, and I can try it again. All right, so perfectly safe. We don't have to explore the rust wells. We didn't get quite enough wire from that one, but we can just go to another well, and we see the exact same configuration. Now, I have no idea what this enemy is. It's using the wet tile for it, so I don't know what it is. This is a hat item that increases our intelligence by a bit and our chance to identify artifacts, so I actually don't care about it, so I'm not going to bother trying to go for it. I'm just going to try and pick up the rest of the wire that I need. And it looks like it was just a eyeless crab, so not frightening at all. And we'll just fly on out, and we've got the wire that we need, so time to go back to Archive. I'll investigate these ruins just to have the secret learned. Alright, and since I'm passing by the way, I'm going to go ahead and trade in that secret of the merchant that we found earlier to the oddly hued glow pad. So go ahead and share a secret, the location of the workshop, and we're tantalizingly close to the snake oiler skill. One more secret or a little bit more reputation in some other way, and we'll be able to afford it. We're very close. So go ahead and tell Archive that we've got the wire. So go ahead, take the wire, and we get our Joppa recoiler. So we'll go ahead and accept the next quest from Archive, which is Canticle for Barathrum, and he's going to ask that we make our way to Gritgate. Now, Gritgate is all the way over here. So way further than we've ever gone throughout this entire run. So it's your first time really branching out of the starting area, and it can be a little scary. So we're going to make it not scary, and we're just going to teleport right to it. So we're going to go to this oddly hued glow pad. We're going to trade with him, and you can see that one of the small stones has gone away. And in fact, it was the one I was worried about, the Joppa recoiler. So you can see that it had a chem cell slotted into it that was making it worth more money. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this small stone. This is a grit gate recoiler. I'm guaranteeing you it is a grit gate recoiler. And we're going to sell some of the equipment that we no longer need. So you want to sell your heaviest stuff first because it's weighing you down, so that you have space for more valuable things. Go ahead and drop all that. We'll save the folding chair just because we'll see how long we can hold on to it. It'll be our little companion chair. Sell these grenades because I'm not planning on using them. And that's a little more than we need, so we'll go ahead and I'll take back the resonance grenade and one of the thermals. Alright, we'll go ahead and sell. And we made a little money off that trade and got rid of some junk. Alright, so we'll identify this small stone, and it is indeed a grit gate recoiler. We'll slot in one of our chem cells and activate that bad boy, and now we're in grit gate. We have gotten all the experience from the quest. We'll talk to this little panel and say, hey, I got a message, and quest complete. Now we get the next quest, but there's a merchant in here that we can talk to get some more stuff. So we'll ask to enter the city for the purposes of trade, and we'll talk to Mafio. So Mafio is the ammunition baron in Qud. Mafio has tons and tons of ammunition. So over 1,000 lead slugs. For comparison, over our entire time playing, from buying ammunition from Tam, we didn't spend a single bullet. We found ammunition from turrets. Through all that, we got 60 slugs. Mafio says 1,000. So, yeah, we are set on ammunition from basically here on forward. I would like to know what these are, and one of the cool things that Mafio can do for you is Mafio is a tinkerer, which means he can identify artifacts for you. So this artifact that we don't have identified, Mafio can identify it. Now, this also goes for artifacts in Mafio's inventory. So I can just ask him what this is, and he'll take 12 drams of water and tell me that it's a chain pistol, which is a pretty good weapon for us. So I'm actually going to buy that in addition to the slugs. And looking at the rest of what Mafio's got, I'm not interested in any of the other stuff. So that is a big expense. We are going to need to sell quite a bit of stuff to get it. But we have stuff to sell. So I'm going to sell these artifacts. I'm going to sell 2 of these chrome revolvers, because if I'm buying the chain pistol, I don't need those pistols. Get rid of the box of crayons and this neck ring. They weigh a pound and they're not worth a whole lot. We'll get rid of a whole bunch of these copper nuggets. Copper nuggets are a source of probably a lot of weight for you. So don't be afraid of selling them every now and again. And this, I'm not going to use these. Wire. I'll go ahead and sell these grenades. And I'm only holding on to the mechanical wings because it's likely that you probably would not have these. So I'm just not going to buy them. All right. I'll also go ahead and drop the security card. I don't really need it. And I'm good with paying the rest in water. So that'll alleviate some of the water that we have. And now we have a very powerful ranged weapon. Now, I don't really have the skills to utilize this properly. So pistol skill takes 100. And in order to properly use pistols, you want the akimbo skill. So we're 250 skill points. We need 250. We're 151 skill points away from that. So we're still a ways away. And actually, I'm going to remove the revolver because if you don't have a Kimbo, it's going to alternate between using the chain pistol and using the revolver. I just only want to use the chain pistol. It is by far the better weapon. Now, if you were concerned about Gritgate, then I would advise that you teleport out to Joppa. Just go back to Joppa, take out the cell from your Gritgate recoiler and slot it into your Joppa recoiler. And you can just teleport back to Joppa. However, I am going to go through Gritgate because I am feeling very, very confident that I can clear it out. Level 10 is definitely high enough to fight through Gritgate, so we'll go ahead and explain the enemies that can be found in here. Now, I'm going to be going through it, I guess, backwards to how you would normally go through it, and it looks like there is a chain gun in here, which is very dangerous. So I'm going to try and skirt around it and find out where exactly it is, and not get too close to it. So the chain gun it's basically, well, it's a gun that is pretty similar to my chain pistol in what it does, but it looks like, so we just found 2 pairs of 100 slugs on the floor, so it looks like something took out a chain gun. Yeah, and there's the one that was probably shooting at us. So it can hit us from here, but it can't hit us from here, so it's probably somewhere like over in this area. And since it can shoot me from there, from here as well, it's probably like right here. So I'm going to shoot off into the dark and try and hit it. I did hit it. And I'm going, oh, it broke. It just broke the wall. So let me hug the wall. And it looks like something else killed it. I distracted it long enough for something else to kill it. So that won't always happen. But those chain guns are very dangerous. They're probably the most dangerous thing that you can find in here. It's actually not very common for them to be just open like that. Usually they'll be in a room. So a little, I guess there's some of the danger luck coming in. But oftentimes they're protecting some good loot. That time, not so much. But that should be by far the most dangerous thing that we find in here. So this is a slug snout. We could have encountered this in the waterlogged tunnels underneath Red Rock, but we didn't. These are pretty harmless once you get into melee with them. They are not able to shoot you once you get into melee. And they have very poor melee abilities. So just get into melee with them, charge in, and they can't do anything to you. If you can't get up to them very easily, then take cover and draw them to you, like we did in the with the baboons earlier. All right. So another rank in Carapace is going to give us 6 AV. We'll definitely want that, so I'll go ahead and put my rank in Carapace. And I can either get some pistol skills, or I can go acrobatics. So if I start to go, pistol skills, I'll probably want to go pistols all the way through. And since I already have a chain pistol, I think this is actually going to be a good choice for us to lean into pistols for our build. So I'm going to not get anything in acrobatics, and instead I'm going to start investing in my pistol skills. And we're going to work towards akimbo. Alright, so go ahead and continue to explore. We've seen the amoeba before, not super threatening to us at this point. And we'll kill the crab. Again, not super threatening. Another slug snout, just get into melee, and it's not a threat. Alright, so go upstairs. Now on this floor, there's always going to be a Templar. So if you remember at the very beginning of the run, there was a faction that I talked about, the Pudist Templar. So the Templar are Truekin purist knights that are very anti-mutant, and we are a mutant. So they are very anti-us. So they are going to be trying to kill us. They also don't like the Barathromites, that's why they're here. So there's always one on the second strata of Gritgate. So included in its arsenal is going to be some heavy armor and some grenades. So we'll have to watch out a little bit for them. They shouldn't be too bad. Right, so luckily the people on our side, this hermit is attacking the electrofuge. We saw the electrofuge earlier. There's pure oil here, so I'm going to go ahead and try to collect that. Let's see if I can have a place for that. I'm actually going to pour out this water, 7 drams of water, and instead fill that water skin with oil. So oil is a necessary water ritual liquid and ammunition. So I'm going to go ahead and start auto-collecting it, as we can find a good little bit of oil here. Now we found yet another room with chain gun in it. So we'll have to, there's a lot more turrets around here. It's, again, it's pretty uncommon for there to be this many turrets in the very first few zones, or a few strata of Gritgate. And I can't get in there very easily. So this is not an easy chain gun turret for me to kill. So, oh, we can get around here though. It looks like there's another one there. So I'm probably just going to ignore this. Oh, well, I can go here, which will allow me to basically use the musket turret as a shield. And it looks like the chain gun turret just killed the musket turret. And dancing back and forth has allowed the chain gun turrets to kill each other. So there should just be one left. So that was pretty lucky. It's hitting me, and I'm not really able to hit it back. If I step here, I'll be able to get away one tile away. That way, if I do take too much damage, I can still escape. We're just going to have a bit of a shootout here. And I'm not winning it. Not at all. So we'll go ahead and fall back and heal up. Alright. I would like to kill that, but it may just be not worth it. If you were in the same situation, by the way, I would highly recommend that you just leave it alone. But I'm greedy. So I'm going to charge in, and that did not do enough damage, so I'm going to back out. Yeah. and we'll see if, yeah, I'll probably just leave it alone. It's not worth getting yourself killed, as you can always come back. Alright, I'll just have to be careful to not use auto explore. And there's our Pudis Templar. So I don't know what grenades that it's going to have. So instead of going to sprint here, this means that I'm going to move at a much enhanced pace. So I'm going to move down and to the right here and try and get away from this mirthworm. And it looks like it didn't have any grenades to throw at me, or else it would have done so. So I'm actually going to use that to back up. And let them come to me one at a time. And I get my charge in anyways. Perfect. That's really what I wanted. And it just stayed stunned the whole time, and we were able to kill it. Alright. So as a reward, we got some pretty decent equipment. If you didn't have any carbide gear, there's always going to be a carbide longsword on this Templar. So you'll find some of that here. We can't wear any of this. We can wear the boots, but it's not a big improvement. So I'm just going to leave it alone. And we're hearing more turrets. So I'm going to go ahead and wait for sprint to come off cooldown. And we're just going to try not to take any corners too hard, because we don't want to walk right into a turret. So this chirp to the southwest, probably something somewhere around here. And we'll just let them all come to me. Looks to be quite a few of them. These segmented mirthworms, there's always just a whole bunch of them. So where there's one, there's a lot more. So just be careful about them so you don't get too overwhelmed. They're not strong. There's a lot of them. Alright. They might all be in this room. Which, if that room is locked down, that's good. That's a bait. Yeah, that chest is almost guaranteed to be surrounded by turrets. Yeah, for sure. Those turrets are all in this room. If I open this door, there's probably going to be like 3 or 4 turrets all open fire. So I was able to figure that out because there is a sound effect that plays when a turret is like aware of you from proximity. It like wakes up, and it also will say in the chat that you hear like a chirping sound from a direction, and it'll tell you the direction that it came from. So that's how I was able to identify that it was coming from this room right here. Additionally, those rooms tend to have chests, and they also tend to be locked. So this security door blocks the way. Yeah, you can see the chain gun just shot at me, but it couldn't hit me around the corner. So it looks like the segmented mirthworms are going in there and trying to take some of them out. I don't know how successful they were. But I'd rather not test the waters. I'll just come back a little bit later when I'm stronger. So in the chat, I'd like to go to Grit Gate and disarm the chain guns. Yeah, if you have disarm or a way to get up close to them, it can be a really easy way for you to just neutralize them. You gotta be careful when you don't have those though. So we have, our build is not really made for burst damage. We don't really have high amounts of damage or guaranteed ways of like nullifying creatures quite yet. So we need to be careful about creatures that can outburst us. Now, it's not that dangerous because we do have very high armor. So it's not likely for us to just get burst like that. And it looks like, yeah, there's something that woke up. Oh, it opened the door. Yeah, so remember when I said if I open that door, there'll be like 3-4 guns that all rip into me? You saw it there. That door opened, and there was a chain gun shooting at me from across the map. So we're just going to leave it alone. And we get right into another dangerous enemy, the Slumberling. So if I leave this guy alone, he's not going to do anything. But the problem is that other creatures may not leave it alone. So I'm going to kind of play defense here and try to protect it from being attacked. Because if it wakes up, and I'm going to kill you because your dumbass is going to go and attack it. So if it gets attacked, it will wake up and it will just run rampant all over the map until it falls asleep again. So you can find these guys even in Red Rock, and it's a total bait. It's like a joke from the developers that you can even find them. So you turn a corner and you see this creature that you've never seen before. You look at it and it's like rated impossible. And if you attack it or wake it up, you just die. So you can get right next to it and it won't wake up. Like I can dance around right next to him and he's not going to wake up. But as soon as you attack him, he's up. So again, you are just going to run in and try to kill him. So I'm just going to kill you first. All right. So we should be out of the danger zone for that guy. Oh, we found a chain gun. This is a powerful weapon for us to use. And with it, I'm actually very confident to kill absolutely anything that is in Golgotha, which is the next area for our quest. Now, I'm not going to use it yet because it does use a bit more ammunition per, I guess, activation than the chain pistol does. And I just don't need the power in this area. It also slows you down a little bit when you're equipping it. So I'm going to stick with the chain pistol for right now, but I will be swapping to that chain gun a little bit later. Right, so since we have so much ammo, we're totally free to just rip into all these guys here. Alright, we'll get some more corrosive gas. And we have the skill points for Akimbo now, so we'll go ahead and buy that. And now we can shoot 2 pistols at once. We just got to get the second pistol. Now I could equip another pistol. I do have another pistol, but it's not a very good one. And here we have a glow sphere. So glow sphere is a floating item. It's worth quite a bit, but it's a floating item that gives you light. And I don't know why I'd equip that in my hand. It doesn't go in your hand. Oh, this is a normal glow sphere. They changed the tile. I got baited. So the glow sphere does go in your hand. The floating glow sphere goes floating, but since we're using a two-handed weapon, we're not going to be using the glow sphere. So the normal glow sphere is like an upgrade to your torch. If you're still using a torch by now, if you find a glow sphere, you're no longer using a torch. We're not going to use it because it takes up one of my hands. So instead, we're just going to continue to rely on our night vision. Alright, and we'll keep exploring. And that seems to be everything. So luckily nothing woke up the slumberling. And we can clear out the top of Great Gate. Alright, so no new enemies. There is one more possible enemy that we could run into, but I don't know if there is going to be one. It would be nice if there was, just so I could show you guys how to deal with it. But if there's not, then that's okay too. Right, those quillipedes, by the way, the little quill insect that I just shot a little bit earlier, you can find those in the waterlogged tunnels as well. And if you don't have an AV build, they can do a lot of damage to you, as quills will always hit. They'll bypass your dodge. And if you have low armor, then they'll rip into you. Alright, so the next place that we need to go is Golgotha. Me personally, I'm ready to go, but I'm going to continue to gear up just a little bit, make a few more stops, so that if you're following along, then you can follow along with me and be prepared for when we do go into Golgotha. So the first stop that I'm going to make is that historic site that we found at the very start of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and head on over to that. I'll get unlost here and make a stop in this historic site. So in the historic site, there are random factions that will be enemies to you, and they'll be under the faction of a Sultan cult. So even if, like for example, we have hermits and snapjaws. Even if we had like a million positive reputation with hermits, these particular hermits would still be aggressive to us because they are members of this Sultan cult. Unless we are allied with the Sultan cult, we're always going to have hostiles here. So make sure to press Alt to see what is and is not aggressive to you. Be pressing this all the time in case you're ever unsure. Now, I'm pretty surrounded here. These guys aren't going to do a lot of damage, but I'm just going to go ahead and start popping the corrosive gas. So that way I can just shoot them because they won't go into the gas and not have to take any damage. We'll go ahead and explore here. Since this is a fairly low area for where we are, you can even go to this area before Great Gate. There's not going to be anything here that is particularly dangerous. But since it is random what factions you get, sometimes you can get slightly more deadly factions like equines. And it looks like one of them threw a grenade at me. Luckily, I have the HP to just tank whatever grenades that they have at this point. And we'll continue to explore. So someone in the chat just started Truekin Artifacts and got a geomagnetic disc as a data disc. So yeah, definitely a good find to have early on. Fortunately, that did get nerfed recently. It's not anywhere near as good after the nerfs, but still a decent weapon. But yeah, definitely a good start. It's great to hear. Alright, we'll just continue to clear out this area. Again, nothing very dangerous here. This Isakari Sun Veil is finally a face slot item. So not only is it going to give us a little bit of DV here, Not only is it going to give us a little bit of DV, but it's also going to give us a little bit of heat resistance as well. So now we have even more heat resistance. So we're doing really good. Alright. So one thing that you may be noticing if you look in the chat and see the EXP that I'm getting is that the EXP that I'm getting from killing snapjaws in particular is getting lower. So I used to get more, but I don't get as much EXP anymore. And that's due to how EXP scaling works in this game. So if the creature that you kill is too low a level compared to yours, you'll just get less and less EXP until you don't get any EXP at all. So you always have to be killing stronger and stronger enemies to get the full effect of the EXP that they drop. So it's a measure to keep you from just grinding snapjaws for 10 million hours and getting to level 10 million. Right, so it looks like we've cleared out the top here. So one more enemy. Oh, there's a couple more on the side. Alright, looks like everything, so we'll go ahead and continue on. We got a thirst thistle here. It doesn't look like they're part of the cult. It would tell you if they're part of the Sultan cult in their name. Didn't look like it. So one of the factions is Hermit, but I'm not sure what the other faction is. There's usually two, but maybe there's just the one this time. All right, so this is our first artifact. The historic sites can have up to 2 artifacts. Actually, they can have up to 3, but usually they'll only have 1, and uncommonly they'll have 2. In this instance, it looks like there's going to be 2. You know that you found the last one when there's no stairs down, and you find a chest that has an artifact in it, and a credit wedge. That's how you know you found the last one. So this is not the last one. This is just one of multiple. So if we look at what this one is, it's a pistol that has slightly better damage, and it also gives us 2 intelligence. So not great, but I'll go ahead and equip it into my left missile weapon slot. Just because I don't have anything in there already, might as well get the intelligence and benefit from the extra damage that it does. But not a very good one, and I'll probably just be selling it. So these artifacts that you can get from the historic site, they can range from being useless, like that one that we found, to being really powerful. And they're always worth a good amount of money. So it's always worth your time to come into these places. If not to get more powerful, then at least to get money to sell to then become more powerful. Alright, so we got some books here, and we'll continue to explore. And it looks like there's just going to be hermits here. It looks like he blew himself up with that one. So good on ya, hermit. We do want to be careful, knowing that they do have grenades. We don't want to get next to one while we have low HP. It could just explode us and end our run. Explosions bypass all of the armor and the dodge value that you have. So it doesn't matter how armored up you are against an explosion. Definitely got to be careful about that. And it looks like we have a giant centipede spawner, this nest here. we did level up, so let's take a moment and eat. Looks like there's hostiles somewhere nearby. We'll eat, and we'll go ahead and put in our mutation points. So I'll just keep Carapace, Corrosive Generation, and Devil Muscle. No, we'll just keep them even. And we've got more skills to apply, so we'll go ahead and get Spry. We've been wanting that one for a little bit. So now we can finally get it, and I think that's all we need. We're good to move on. That was a Young Ivory there. We actually hadn't gotten hit by a Young Ivory up until that point, but that's what it does. It just hits you for a bit of damage. It also will often provoke a bleed. So if you're really low level, the Young Ivory can just kill you. So definitely be careful about them when you're low level. Don't underestimate them. Eat Witchwood bark if you need to. It's a good way to offset the bleed. Alright, that's it for this floor. We'll go ahead and continue down further. Looks like there's two turrets, one to the north and one to the northwest. And there they are. So I want to be careful, because there might be some more. It looks like something is on fire. This web is. Again, try and keep only one creature attacking you at a time. In combat, your character tends to be a lot stronger than any one enemy. Tends to be, not always the case. So as long as you're only fighting one at a time, you tend to come out on top. If there's like one rule of combat that you can remember, that's it. Just keep one enemy attacking you at a time. There are 4 nuggets in there. That guy had a stun grenade. That could have stunned me. Oh, the second faction is the Gersh, or maybe Arachnids. Okay. So that grenade could have stunned me, but we did have the fitted with filters Nullworm Skull. So we weren't in that much risk of being gassed and stunned. Alright. Some more books. Got another chair. And we find a sprouting orb. These are annoying little traps that will just make walls all around you. They're really just there to annoy you. That's like their only purpose. So just destroy them and the walls go down in like one hit. And it looks like we were being gated from continuing by a wall there. Or the trees. So the trees were blocking our way. So don't get fooled by the trees. Sometimes they will block your way forward in these like tight enclosed areas like this. And here we have the leader. So you can see what factions they're liked or disliked by, and they're disliked by frogs. So he has electrical generation. He just hit me with that. Now it's going to take some time for that electrical generation to recharge, and he also has corrosive gas. So I'm immune to it, so I'm just going to keep attacking him. It doesn't bother me. So good thing that we had the corrosive gas generation mutation, or else that might have actually been a somewhat difficult fight. Alright, so this is an artifact that will fabricate a legendary creature around the tier of the zone that you find it in. So we get a giant centipede nest. This is really unfortunate. Giant centipede nest is just going to be stationary and spit out normal centipedes. So it's not even going to be like legendary centipedes. So this is just money. So we didn't find any powerful artifacts this time. Just stuff to sell for money. Which is kind of unfortunate. Alright, so we're done with that historic site. Now we're finally going to go to the 6 Day Stilt, which is way up here. Now, a lot of people will go to the 6 Day Stilt right away. There is that quest that we accepted from the Acolyte or whatever in Joppa. And you get a whole bunch of XP from this quest. Now, the fastest way to get here is to just go through the salt dunes. But if you get lost in the salt dunes at night, it's really, really easy to run into creatures called dawn gliders, which will just absolutely melt you. So it can be dangerous. However, us as the nomad, we start off with a skill of wilderness lore salt dunes. So we only have a 1% chance of getting lost in the salt dunes. So it's actually very, very safe to just walk over to the salt dunes and walk through them. It's a low chance that we get lost, very low, literally 1%. So we're just going to walk through the salt dunes. There's some ruins, go ahead and check them out. There's usually like no terrain at all in the salt dunes, so it's really easy to see at a distance if there's something threatening. This little glow moth is not threatening. It might be a little deadlier earlier on in the game, but yeah. Yeah, and as pointed out in the chat, there is a stretch of canyons that go all the way up through here, and this is in fact the way that I normally take. But if you are the nomad calling, this is just gets you lost more often. So it's actually tends to be faster and better if you're a nomad to just go through the salt dunes. But yeah, definitely if you are concerned about the salt dunes, just go through these desert canyons. You can get all the way up to here, and then it's just 2 parsecs through the salt dunes to get to the stilt. So path of least resistance, whichever you're comfortable with, go ahead and do that. All right, we actually found a random village. So let's go ahead and explore that random village. We'll automatically explore. Now, as part of Legendary Village, there are salt krakens. So salt krakens have the ability to just devour anything in front of them, and they do not care about what exactly is in front of them. So we want to be really careful that they don't try and move around and just accidentally eat us. So this guy is loved by grazing hedonists and robots. So robots is a very good faction to have reputation with. So I'm definitely going to water ritual this guy for that robot reputation. Now it's not going to be enough to do anything yet, but it's a chip. It's a chip in the armor for the robots. So we'll get there eventually. And we have the ability to learn wilderness lore marshes. So we're done with the marshes. I could get it for rep, and if you do get it for rep, I wouldn't blame you, but I'm not going to bother for it. All right. So here I'm going to turn on harvest plants, and I'm going to auto explore. Because there should be some of these little cactus that we can harvest. And I have gotten a few. We'll go ahead and explore these zones and continue to harvest some of the spine fruit from these cacti, or fractus, I guess they're called. All right, so now we've made it to the stilt, and we gain 1,500 EXP for just showing up. All right, so in the stilt, it's basically just one big like merchant ground. So immediately of note is Zapper. So Zapper is loved by the cult of the coiled lamb, which is the cult of Reshef. So Reshef was the last sultan, and secrets around Reshef's life you can trade into Zapper, and he'll give you EXP for them. He's also admired by trees, so since we don't lose anything by water ritualing Zapper, we'll go ahead and water ritual Zapper. First aid is a useless skill, don't bother with it. The next point of interest is going to be the Warden's Esder. So she is the warden for the stilt. So remember what I said about wardens, we want to get our reputation with them up as high as possible. Warden's Esder also teaches the block skill. So she is hated by the Hindran of Bela. I don't really care. I never do the Bela quest, so it doesn't matter that she's hated by them. Disliked by frogs, kind of unfortunate, but I would rather get the warden rep. And admired by the villagers of Tuner, don't care about the villagers. So we're not really getting a whole lot from Warden's Esder, except for warden rep, but I do want that warden rep, so I'm going to water ritual her. All right. And then the last point of interest is Lulahart. So Lulahart is a pariah, and it looks like they are hated by antelopes. There's only one creature in the game that is an antelope, so don't care. And hated by the Stillbeard Gland Paste folk. So this is a Sultan cult. Again, don't care about that. So I did lose some pariah reputation earlier, and I really don't want pariahs to be on my bad side, because any creature in the game can be a pariah. So you do not want pariahs angry with you. So I'm going to go ahead and water ritual Lulahart, and go ahead and share some secrets, just because I have them. All right, Lulahart doesn't teach you any skills, but gives a bit of reputation. Now, Lulahart will also give you the quest to go find Bela and the quest around Bela, but since I'm not interested in that quest, I'm not going to take it. There's also always a shrine to Reshef here that you can investigate. Now, we do have some secrets to turn into Zapper, but how many do we have? We have 4. I'm going to go ahead and turn in 3. So we gain a little bit of EXP. Now the EXP scales with the number of secrets that you turn into Zapper. So the 4th one will give you more than the 3rd one, and the 3rd one will give you more than the 2nd one, and so on. In total, I think there's like 9 or 10 secrets. So you'll want to save those higher tier secrets for when you're later in the game, because it'll be harder to get EXP. If we go up, we will find Sheba. So Sheba is the librarian of the stilt, and Sheba is always a different creature every single time. But Sheba is who we can give books to, so we'll say yes, give books, and we'll give Sheba all of our books, and we'll get EXP for that. So if you're ever looking to turn in books, go to Sheba. And the next point of interest is going to be a shell stat. So a shell stat is the high priest and gives Mechanimous reputation. We want Mechanimous reputation because it is very important for a later quest. So we'll go ahead and start getting some reputation with the Mechanimous now. Now, he is disliked by birds and disliked by the Isakari tribe and admired by hermits. None of these factions I really care about, So I'm pretty indifferent about the fluctuations in any of these factions. So I'm going to go ahead and Water Ritual a sales stat. Now, mechanimists are interested in trading secrets around ruins. So that's why I was finding the location of ruins, even though I wasn't exploring them. So I can trade those secrets into the mechanimists and get extra reputation. So we do need a little bit more mechanimist reputation. So if you go to the well, you have the ability to drop things into the well for reputation. If you have mechanical wings, at this point, don't drop them in yet. We still need them. So hold on to them for a little bit longer. But it is a very easy way for you to get the last 50 reputation that you need. You want 250 reputation, and right now we're at 200. So we do have a mutation point to spend because we leveled up. This doesn't give me any more AV. Will this give me another point in strength? It will, so I'll go ahead and put it there. And we've got more skill points to use. I'm going to see, is anything in pistol? Nothing in pistol that I can afford yet. So I'm actually going to hold on to this. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to that for right now and not use any skill points. All right. So those are all the guaranteed characters in the Stilt. The rest of the characters are going to be random every time. The rest of what we're going to be looking at are just random merchants. So what I'm looking for here is scaled gear. So I'm going to go ahead and buy some of this. So scaled gear gives you 250 reputation with unshelled reptiles. If you haven't gained any reputation with unshelled reptiles up until this point, you definitely want to find at least one pair of scaled gear. Because one piece of scaled gear will make you neutral with unshelled reptiles as soon as you put it on. So it's a very, very good defensive strategy. If you find an unshelled reptile that is too dangerous for you, just put on your scaled gear and it will leave you alone. All right, so I'm going to trade over this dagger, sure. Now I am neutral with unshelled reptiles, so I'm not that worried about it. But the other thing that I would ideally like to find are some snail encrusted gear. Now, we did find that piece of armor before, but as we talked about when we found it, I cannot equip that. So look around the Stilt, talk to the merchants to see if you can find snail encrusted gear or scaled gear. All right, this guy is an Ichor merchant. So this guy sells liquids. Nothing here is anything that I'm really interested in, but they have a lot of inventory, and all of these glass bottles can be engraved or painted. So it's a good place to look for secrets because you can look at the secrets without having to buy it. All right, so we'll explore this area. That old guy was a alchemist, or an apothecary. That's the word. So that they will sell healing items. This one is a kipper. So they will sell cooking items, and we want phase silk from them. So I'm looking for one thing in particular, and that is phase silk from these guys. And I'll explain why when it becomes relevant. But for right now, just if you find phase silk, that's what you want. We want as much as we can find. So we'll continue to explore the Stilt. If you see any of those like leaf looking signs, that's usually where a kipper or a chef will be, and those are the ones that are going to sell phase silk. So, didn't have it here. That's okay. We'll continue to look. There's a hatter. So hatters can sell these electric snail shells. These give 200 reputation, but you need 250 to be neutral with the boss enemy that we're about to come up to, Slog. So if you have a little bit of mollusk reputation, then this will do the trick. But if you don't, you need snail encrusted gear. Or if you have the 2-head mutation, you can use 2 of those as well. All right. Continue to explore. Hopefully we can find what we're looking for. We found just another historic site, just randomly. All right. So this guy, just randomly, for some reason, has the Corpus Coelis book. So the Corpus Coelis is a book that tells you remedies to diseases. I'm not going to buy it because I don't have any diseases, so I tend to not buy it unless I get diseased, as nowadays I very rarely will get diseased. The bookbinder also has a copy of Corpus Coelis, but the bookbinder can also sell pages that will give you reputation with a faction of your choice or just a random faction. So the bookbinders are very good to check for reputation boosting items. They're called Schrodinger's pages. But that one didn't have any. This is a tinkerer. It's good to see that we have a tinkerer. We don't have any tinkering skills, so we don't know what any of those data disks teach yet. But we're going to get tinker skills pretty soon. All right. This guy is a shoemaker. Let's wake him up, and doesn't have anything. We'll continue on to the next area. So there's another schematics drafter here. That's a good sign. You want a lot of those guys, because that's how you can learn new recipes for mods and stuff when you start tinkering. And another chef. Bone meal is a good one to have, but I'm going to keep the cooking to a low for this playthrough. There's a lot of ingredients. Cooking can be kind of confusing, and I don't really like cooking as a mechanic myself, so we won't be doing too much. But bone meal is a really good ingredient to have. It'll increase your armor value when you cook with it. All right, nothing here. However, there is a book that tells you where a scriptorium is, which is the location of a legendary scribe. So I think I actually will buy that. I don't have too much to sell anymore. Sell this revolver and that. This is a bit too much, but we'll go ahead and sell some of these copper nuggets. And so I'll go ahead and read this. Where is it? I'm blind. There it is. I collapsed the book section. We'll read this, and it tells us where it is, location of this merchant. And it looks like it's around Oman Porch. So we won't be going there quite yet, but we'll go there somewhat soon, actually. And we'll explore around this area. Hopefully this guy will sell some more phase silk. No dice. That's a little unfortunate. I would like a little bit more phase silk, but it looks like I'm not going to be able to find some. That's okay. All right. So that's about everything in the stilt. We got quite a bit of stuff. The first thing that I'm going to do is I learned that merchant secret. So I'm actually going to go back to the oddly hued glow pad and turn it in to get snake oiler. So that's the first thing on my list. So go ahead and water ritual, and I have one more secret to share. And now we can learn snake oiler. So now we can we have much more better efficiency for our trades. I don't really want to take the risk of buying any of this stuff. Although the crystal coronet could be decent. I don't really need that right now. All right. So we're going to go ahead and go to Golgotha. I'm going to make an attempt at getting the effect that I want from our cooking materials. If I don't get the effect that I want, then we'll just abort and not go into Golgotha quite yet. But we'll see what happens. Now I saw something explode over there, so that indicates to me that there might be a seeker. So I'm actually not going to go that way. As a legendary seeker is not something that I want to interact with right now. Alright, so here we are at Golgotha. So with our corrosive gas generation, we can just gas up the door and break on through. You can also use your pickaxe to break down the door if you are so inclined to do that as well. But that's a little bit of a faster way, so we're doing that instead. Alright. Oh, we forgot one more thing. Surprised that I forgot it. So we need to step away from Golgotha. And since I forgot this, the stilt has probably restocked by now. So I'm going to go back. Yeah, they've restocked. So I'm going to make another run for some phase silk. But I need one more thing before we go to Golgotha. There's a drop of nectar, which has a chance of just increasing all of your stats by 1. Now, this is a really good item, but I feel like I found too many good items, so I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it there, because you probably won't get as lucky as I have. So where normally I would buy this for 1 mechanical wing, I'm just gonna leave it there. But if this was you in your run, definitely buy the drop of nectar. It's definitely worth it. 1 in 4 chance to just increase all of your stats by 1. Super good. All right. Keep on looking for some phase silk. Hopefully we get a little bit more. 1 can very easily not give me what I'm looking for. We got lucky again with a Schrodinger page. Again, I feel like I've gotten too lucky, so I'm going to leave this here. But this is what you're looking for in the bookbinder. You're looking for a Schrodinger page with the chapter unspecified. So if you look at the bottom, you can see that it says in brackets, chapter unspecified. This is going to give you around 200 to 300 reputation with a faction of your choice. So it is a very good item. But once again, I feel like I've gotten a little bit too lucky this early on, so I'm going to leave it. Again, if this was you, definitely purchase the Schrodinger page. And it looks like a no phase silk in the second run, which is unfortunate. All right, so I'm going to recoil back to Joppa to save me some time. and we are going to walk east. So I'm going to stick to the canyons here because I don't want to go in the jungles because there can be some pretty dangerous enemies there. And then in order to ensure that I don't get lost in the jungle, I'm going to enter this zone. Looks like there's some hostiles, so we'll clear the area. And then I'll go up and enter this zone, and then up and enter this zone, and then up. So if you go one parsing at a time and enter each parsing, there's actually no risk of getting lost. And now I can forever walk those two tiles without any risk of getting lost. All right, so we are in CoQ. The warden of CoQ is Warden Indrix. So Warden Indrix is always loved by the wardens and pariahs and admired by CoQ, and he's always hated by goat folk. So we don't care about goat folk reputation, so we're going to go ahead and water ritual Warden Indrix. And we have some secrets to share with him, so we'll go ahead and share those. And this is the guy that we're looking for, Mayor Nuntu. So regardless of the factions that dislike Mayor Nuntu, I don't really care. I'm still going to water ritual him. But he's disliked by tortoises and the Mopongo. We talked about the Mopongo before, and tortoises are very non-threatening, especially at this point in the game. And we have a whole bunch of positive rep with him anyways from our carapace, so I can totally tank tortoise reputation and it won't affect us. Alright, so we'll go ahead and water ritual. And we'll go ahead and learn cooking and gathering. This is the skill that we are looking for. So cooking and gathering is going to let us prepare meals with the ingredients that we've collected. So definitely a good find. And if we talk to this plant up here, this is actually a NPC. And not only are they an NPC, they're a merchant that can buy and sell stuff from. So they're going to sell a stone here, which is the recoiler to CoQ, so we can get back here quickly. Alright, so for this, do I have anything expensive to sell? Not really. I'll go ahead and sell one of the mechanical wings. And we're out of water storage. How much water do we have? 128? Alright, let's spend some water. So we'll do some copper nuggets. And we'll do 1 silver nugget and spend the rest in water. So that's 74 drams out. And we'll come collect some more fresh water over here. Scamming CoQ out of their own water. Alright, let's identify some of the artifacts that we have. So Skulk Injector. It's an okay injector if you're in the dark. It makes you harder to hit. Shade Oil is a very risky one to have, as overdosing on it will create an evil twin of yourself that will try to kill you. CoQ Recoiler, we already knew that. Rubber Gum Injector will make you take less damage from falling and less damage from electricity and bludgeoning attacks in general. Alright, so we are all set to go to Golgotha now. Let's go ahead and navigate our way there. And hopefully get lost as few times as possible. And I'd rather not get shot, so we'll go down here. And we'll continue going. So if you're famished, you won't be able to travel on the world map. So make sure that you are staying fed. can continue making our way. We're just going to try to avoid as many enemies as we can. Oh, there was an artifact there. What is this? Just an EMP grenade. Sometimes you can get like really random, like high tier artifacts in the flower fields. Sometimes they'll just be like laying about. But just a grenade. All right. So let's go ahead and cook and see if we get lucky. So we are going to cook with phase silk. What we are looking for is the phasing mutation, or some effect that allows us to start phasing. And we get phasing at level 2, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. So now we're ready to do this. So we're going to strap on our mechanical wings. We're going to start flying. And we're going to start phasing. So what hotkey is phase bound to? Shift Q. So we're going to start phasing. And we're going to walk over this elevator shaft. Now, if you remember what I said earlier about the mechanical wings, is that every single time that you move, you have a 5% chance to just fall. Right? Now, if you fall over this elevator shaft, you go all the way down to the bottom, and you die, for sure. There's no surviving it. There are some strategies where you get a whole bunch of HP, and you pop a rubber gum injector, and you just tank the damage. We do have a rubber gum injector, but it's really not worth the risk, as there can be some really nasty stuff at the bottom that just kill us after we take a whole bunch of damage and we're low HP. However, if you're phasing, you will not fall into the hole. So we're going to go down the elevator shaft while phasing, and if we fall prone at any point, we will just hover above the hole, in which case we can move off of it and continue to go down. Now I'm just hitting plus here to navigate down floor, and once we make it to this location right here, that's the bottom. We can unequip our mechanical wings, and I'm also going to equip our chain gun, and we are at the bottom. So this is a much safer way of getting to the bottom rather than running through the elevator chutes. And we found our quarry, the scrapped way droid. Now I'm going to continue to explore because there are a few chests down here, but if this were you, you probably just want to recoil back to Gritgate, because our quest is complete. We have the scrapped way droid. We can repair it anytime that we want. It doesn't really matter. But I'm going to continue to explore down here as there are some items that I would like to find. We definitely have the weaponry for it. All right, so this is the boss of Golgotha, Slog. So Slog is a mollusk. If you kill Slog, you'll lose a whole bunch of mollusk reputation. And if you have a snail-encrusted piece of gear, then Slog will be neutral to you. So I'm only down here and exploring because I feel confident that I can take Slog. So I'm going to be just blasting Slog with the chain gun that I have. And since he got close, I'm going to start running back to get more shots in. And I do have phase, so I'll go ahead and pop phase and get some space from Slog and continue to shoot, and Slog's dead. Alright, so not too bad, not too difficult. That was definitely the most dangerous thing that we can find down here. So we're pretty much in the clear right now. Now, walking around in this goop, this ooze, can cause sewage eels to spawn and try and trip you and make you fall in the ooze. However, we are neutral to fish, so those sewage eels are not going to attack us. So it is perfectly safe for us to walk in the ooze. Now this is the credit lockbox that I was looking for. So credits are really only good for Truekin. So for us, they're just a source of money. And we'll continue around. There's one more chest to find down here. Yep, and there it is. And it's just a miner's helmet. All right, so we don't need this chain gun anymore. We're going to go ahead and re-equip our chain pistol, and we'll go ahead and teleport on out. We'll take the cell from Joppa and slot it into Gritgate, and now we're back in Gritgate. So we still need to fix the Wageroid, so now that we're in safety, we'll go ahead and repair it. And now we'll tell Otho at the communications panel that, hey, we did the thing, and we'll go and talk to Otho. And quest complete. So we get our choice of a Masterwork scoped carbine or a Masterwork scoped chain pistol. Now, normally I would recommend to take the Masterwork scope carbine, but we're actually running a pistol focused build here. So I'm instead going to take the Masterwork scope chain pistol. Now, normally this is not a great choice because you only get one. And pistols are only powerful in pairs, but we bought a chain pistol earlier, so this is a good choice for us. So we'll go ahead and buy that chain pistol, and we'll go ahead and equip it. Alright, so now we have dual chain pistols, and our pistol build is doing quite well for itself. Now, it is possible for you to get diseased while you're in Golgotha. If you get knocked prone in the black ooze, or if you have a black gel hit you, there is a chance that you get diseased and either have sore throat or stiff legs. If you have sore throat or stiff legs, come up here to this plant here. It's called a yuckweed, and harvest it. Alright, so I just got 2 pieces of yuckweed. And you'll also want to come to this oven and eat porridge. So this Barathramite Darty is going to keep this oven stocked with porridge at all times. There's also another one right next to it that also has porridge. So if you eat porridge, you get a +3 to your saves versus disease. And if you eat a yuckweed stem, you get another +2 on top of that. So you have a +5 to your saves versus disease, and you just sit here until your sore throat goes away or your stiff legs go away. And Darty will come back and make more porridge. So you can see there's just more porridge already. Darty didn't even have to come back. There's just an infinite amount of porridge at this electric oven. With both of that too, with a +5 to your saves, I have never been diseased after getting like a sore throat or stiff legs. So if you get disease at Golgotha, don't panic. Just go back to Gritgate and eat the porridge and eat some yuckweed. All right, but we're ready for our next quest. So we'll go ahead and discuss the signal and accept our quest. Now, Otho is always loved by the Barathamites and hated or disliked by 3 random factions. So whenever you're water ritualing Otho, you just have to take the hit for 3 random factions. So in this case, he's disliked by Trees, Chava, and the villagers of Karamu. So Trees don't care about, villagers of Karamu don't care about. Chava, I did gain some reputation with Chava earlier, so I'm okay losing some reputation with Chava here. Just as long as I don't lose tons and tons of reputation with Java. That's okay. Our goal is to stay neutral with them. Right, so it's only decreased to 145. There's still plenty of space for me to work with this Java rep. All right, so the reason why we wanted to water ritual Otho is because Otho is going to teach us tinkering. So we get tinkering from Otho, and we share some secrets. Barathromites also like to know about Forgotten Ruin secrets. So Mechanimus and Barathromites will both like to know about Forgotten Ruins. And I'd also like to know a few secrets from Otho. This is the first time we've actually ever asked anyone to share secrets with us. So we're looking here is this one exactly, the location of a Snapjaw who wields Stops Valen. So Stops Valen is a buckler, a shield, that can produce a force field. So it's a really good one. It's worth a lot of money, and is powerful. So we want to know where it is so we can get it for ourselves. Right, and the Barathromites will teach you where that is. So now that we're in Gritgate, we'll go ahead and auto-explore. There's a few more people that we're looking to meet. So the first one is this guy here, Sparrowfusil. So Sparrowfusil is mute, but he's the gunsmith. And he is one of the 2 merchants at Gritgate that are going to sell you data disks. So none of these data disks really speak to me. The high explosive one is kind of nice, but I don't think it's worth 100 drams. I'm going to leave it alone. All right, the next person we're looking to meet is Q Girl. So Q Girl, we need to talk to for the quest. So she is going to imprint plans on our data disk that Otho gave us. So that's a quest step, and that actually got us to level 15. So another rapid advancement. We're going to put this one into Carapace. So rapid advancements allow you to go above rank 10 in a physical mutation, and Carapace is by far the mutation that benefits the most from us doing this. So I'm going to rapidly advance Carapace, and we're going to see what factions that Q Girl is liked and disliked by, because Q Girl is also water ritualable. Now, she is admired by villagers of Dunip, which I don't care about, hated by swine, don't really care, but disliked by the Daughters of Exile. I don't want to lose any reputation with the Daughters of Exile, because I'd like to get a skill that they teach. So I'm not going to water ritual Q Girl because I don't want to lose the Daughters of Exile reputation. It's not dangerous if you lose a good bit of Daughters of Exile reputation, but you do generally lose out on the chance to learn a skill from them if you lose pretty much any. All right, the next merchant that we're going to look for is Jacobo. So Jacobo is a musician, also is going to sell data disks, and nothing in here is anything that I want. So unfortunately, nothing found. If you're playing along and you're also looking at, and you don't know what to look for, most of what you're looking for here are mods. It'll say that it's an item mod. These are all like actual artifacts that you can build. And you also want to make sure that that only requires Tinker 1 to learn. So most of these cost Tinker 2 to learn, or Tinker 3 on a few of these. So we don't have the Tinker skill for these. We're looking for stuff that is available for Tinker 1. And the only stuff that is available for Tinker 1 are these grenades, which I don't want to learn. All right. So let's go ahead and go into our mutations and advanced corrosive generation. And I'm going to put 1 point into intelligence because I would like to get to Tinker 2, which requires 23 intelligence to have. And now we can start going into tinkering skills. So the first tinkering skill that I'm going to want to get is disassemble. So disassemble allows us to get bits from scrap and from artifacts that we don't want. And the second skill that we're going to get is Tinker 1. So Tinker 1 doesn't give us very good schematics, but Resonance Grenade is definitely the best out of all of those schematics. And we can automatically learn that. So we'll go ahead and learn how to build Resonance Grenades. Resonance Grenades are anti, I guess, object grenades. They destroy objects more so than they destroy personnel or creatures. All right. So let's go ahead and start disassembling the scrap that we've been picking up. So you can just come over here and hit disassemble and you get some bits from it. Now bits are used to then create artifacts. So if you take a look at your tinkering panel, Resonance Grenade costs a scrap power system, which is the A bit, a scrap metal, which is the C bit, and a flawless crystal, which is the 2 bit. So I don't have any 2 bits, so I'm not able to create the Resonance Grenade. The way that you get bits is just from disassembling stuff. So I think I have in my options. Yeah, I don't have auto pickup scrap turned on, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that back on. So that way I start automatically picking up and disassembling scrap. All right, so we'll navigate up, and oh, there's the turrets again. We'll see if we can take them out this time. We're not that much stronger, but we do have more HP, so we're able to take that one out for really no benefit. Alright, so just by dancing around here, we're able to kill a good bit without really having to do anything. And with our akimbo chain pistols, we do quite a bit of damage to these, so we're able to destroy that one as well. There's a lot in this room. Yeah, we would have been absolutely blasted had we opened that door before. Alright, but now we have a whole bunch of loot to comb through. So far, nothing good. This Issacar rifle, we can press Control or Shift S and start treating these as scrap, so we'll automatically disassemble them. This is a fast way to get a whole bunch of scrap by disassembling artifacts that are either heavy or not useful to you in one shape or another. Alright, so I don't care about the goggles, don't care about the chrome revolver, so we'll just feed all that to the disassemble machine. These Mark 1 grenades I always treat as scrap. Just disassemble them. Yep, disassemble that. An Herberry gives you a whole bunch of healing, and it's immediate. So unlike the salve injectors and the witchwood bark that do healing over time, Herberries do a lot of healing all at once. Now the downside of the Herberry is that it causes you to gain liquid or like thirst. So you can't take too many or else you start vomiting because you've drank too much water. So that's like the thing that stops you from just spamming Herberries. All right, now I'm actually feeling comfortable to shoot this slumberling right here. But before I do, I'm going to go ahead and pop corrosive gas and then start taking my shots. And he did not last very long at all. So usually they would live a little bit longer, but it seems we did pretty well in our damage rolls. So we're going to come up here and disassemble all this juicy scrap. And then I'm going to use corrosive gas to open up whatever this is. It looks like there's another door, so we'll open that one up as well. And it looks like nothing left. All right. So now we're kind of in a limbo area where we're between, we're past Golgotha. We're not quite ready for Bethesda Susa, which is the next place on our list. Now, this build could probably just go to Bethesda Susa right now and take it on. We've got good faction reputation for Bethesda Susa. We've got good mutations for Bethesda Susa. We've got good AV. I'm feeling really confident. But since this is a beginner-oriented playthrough, we're going to keep it easy for right now and not charge right on in there. So I'm actually going to take a quick break here. So we'll be back in, let's do like 10 minutes. I don't have a BRB screen, so I'll be back in a bit. Go ahead and take a break yourself, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, chat, we're back. I'm probably going to be playing for like another hour or so. We'll see if I can get to Bethesda Susa. But in this in-between state where we're not quite ready to go to Bethesda Susa, and we're not quite geared up and able to level. We're gonna need to get some more equipment to better prepare us for that time. So the first thing that we can just go ahead and get out of the way is find the snapjaw that holds stops falling. Now this will always be in a canyons tile, and since there is a point of interest in that like center canyons around here, this tells me that the snapjaw is here because I have not gone to this area. So a secret here that in an area I've never gone to. This is definitely where the snapjaw is. But if you weren't sure about that, you can go into your journal and press enter on this artifact secret, and it'll color it green for you so that you can very easily identify what location it is. But I know where it is, so we're just going to head on over there. Hey, it looks like we got right next to the guy. Yeah, so he's hated and disliked by a whole bunch of people, so we'll just go to town. And that's it. So we just got to kill the rest of these snapjaw around us, and that will be stops Valen in our grasp. We'll identify it. It stops Valen. There's a data disk for a turbo here, which needs Tinker 2. That'll sell for a good little bit. And Spike Steel Gauntlets is a decent piece of equipment, but not really one that I want with my build. So what equipment do I want with my build? Well, because Carapace has given me so much AV, I'd actually like a good bit of DV armor, some dodge value armor. I'm going to be wandering around in the jungles and try and find some more equipment. And I'm also going to be looking for the sower seeds, as they're going to be really important coming up for the boss rush that we're about to go through in Golgotha. Very powerful weapons, or explosives. Snakeskin armlet. I have nothing on my arm right now, so this is just a straight bonus. We'll disassemble this and see what other stuff we have to find. So this gets rid of a floating nearby slot, but it gives me 2 DV, which is better than my Isakari Manor. So might as well. That 8 for a cloak is just money. We'll go ahead and grab that. And it's folded carbide. It's a battle axe though, so not what I'm looking for. Alright, and we'll continue to explore around this area. They are destroying me. So we'll go ahead and take a rest. What were they hitting me? Two-handed battle axe. Yep, that'll do it. Elastine skull cap is just going to be better than our Nalrim skull. Same AV, but +1 to DV. It's no longer fitted with filters and no longer giving me ego, but it doesn't. Those are pretty minor benefits. The fitted with filters scales to your tier. So since it was such a low tier item, we weren't getting a whole lot of benefit from that mod. All right. continue to explore over here. A silver rongeur is going to give me one more AV. It's a face slot item. I'm pretty sure it's actually an earring, so it's kind of weird that it says it goes on your face, but I guess it's as close as it can get, right? Feathered squirt cap. We actually saw this earlier on in the game in the Rust Wells. But we'll go ahead and pick that up. Just in case we need to really identify an item, that'll come in handy then. It gives us a bonus to our artifact identification. Alright, so what I'm looking for in particular here are goat folk villages. So I would like to find those. Since they tend to have some pretty decent artifacts in the chests that are found within them. Plus, the goat folk themselves are going to have some pretty decent gear. Alright, and you can see the power of hammer plus double muscled right there. That guy did not get a single attack in. He was just stunned the entire time. So we got a pretty good build. So this is where a village is going to be. Whenever you smell roasted boar nearby, that means that you're about to walk into a village. So we want what's found in here, and it looks like there's a shaman. That means there's going to be some other stuff around him. Now we're in a little bit of a pickle right here. So this goat folk sower has those explosive seeds that we saw earlier. Now we don't want them to throw them at us, and enemies are not, or creatures are not going to try and throw things or shoot over their allies. So if we put this shaman in between the sower and us, it shouldn't throw anything at us. If we continue to do that, we'll just continue to have this shaman body block for us. So I'm going to hit it. I probably won't kill. So we got him pretty low, but now this sower, we can't really, we can put him a space between us, but I can get within melee with it. And that's what I want, because if it's in melee, it's not going to throw stuff at me. So I'm going to just tank everyone while I let my gas do all the work here. So I'm going to throw up my carapace, and then I'm going to tank the sower and the yurt warden as it shoots at me. And now I can just shoot back at the yurt warden. Kill it. That was pretty clean. So I'll go ahead and recover. And, you know, I'm not sure how well the square caps sell, but they're pretty lightweight, so I'm going to go ahead and grab them. And another goat folk just stun locked to death. So we got a scaled 8-foot cloak. This is going to be worth quite a bit. And it'll be just a really nice thing to have equipped while we're going into Bethesda Susa. So that's definitely going to be my piece of equipment, my backslide equipment when I go into Bethesda Susa. For sure. Alright, so we'll scan around the jungles and hopefully find some more goat folk villages. Alright, we'll see what's here. Looks like a whole lot of nothing right now. doesn't look like there's there's not even any enemies here. This is an empty ruin. Alright, so here we have a novice of the Sightless Way. So it's also a kudzu symbiote. So this is a rust shadow jungle. Okay, so these guys are going to cast Sunder Mind on me. So that's just what happened there. It sundered my mind for 4 damage. Now there are a few ways of breaking Sunder Mind. So the easiest way is just to kill the person that's sundering your mind. Another way is stunning the person that sunders your mind. So we actually have a stun-based build, so that's a very viable one for when we can't get away. The one that I favor the most is a screen transition. So if I go to the south side of this map and transition zones, that's going to break the Sunder Mind. Another thing that you may have if you're another calling is in the Persuasion tree, there's Menacing Stare, Intimidate, and Berate. All 3 of these skills, if they're successful, are going to break Sunder Mind. Now, Menacing Stare has a somewhat short-ish distance, and it can fail. Intimidate can fail and has a melee distance, so it's even worse than Menacing Stare. I really don't like Intimidate as a skill. It's not very good. But Berate also has a small range, but Berate cannot fail, and it will always break Sunder Mind. So it's a very good skill if you have it. If you have Telepathy and Berate, it turns Berate's range to sight. So anywhere that you can see, if you have Telepathy, you can use Berate. We don't have any of those. So instead I'm going to start sprinting to increase my movement speed and just try and get off the map. And I'll just wait here. It looks like it's attacking me from up top. So I'm just going to hit control and just attack back. Right, yeah, so no issue taking them down. But we'll go ahead and wait for our cooldowns to come off of cooldown. That Ice Frog does ice damage. We have really high cold resistance because of our Carapace. So Ice Frogs are not a threat to us at all. However, if you don't have good cold resistance, they did recently buff Ice Frogs, so they are at least a little bit more dangerous than they used to be. So I actually reflected the Sunder Mind from that one. So that's another way to get it to stop, is if you do any type of damage reflection. Which is also why I got so many of the, the Spine Fruit. So the Spine Fruit got from, I got from Spine Fruit Jam. If you cook with that, you have a chance of getting damage reflection. Now you also have a chance of quills, but because quills is mutually exclusive with Carapace, so if you have Carapace, you will always get damage reflection instead of quills. So it's just another reason why Carapace is a goated mutation. I think you can get Berate from Hindrak Ke. I don't know, for those of you who aren't familiar with that's the leader of the Hindran of Bela. I'm not sure if you can. I do know that you can get Berate from Hermits. I know that is the faction that teaches Berate. So looks like there was an issue building the zone. We'll go ahead and leave it alone for right now. But we got our rust bog and an error apparently. We'll let these goat folk come to us. And we'll see if the zone was just catastrophic, or if it can be traversed. It looks like it can be traversed. It just had an issue or two. Elastine gloves, it's going to reduce my AV, but it's going to give me more DV, 2 more DV. So that's a trade that I'm going to want to make. I have a lot of AV. I don't really need as much as I do. I would much rather have the 2 DV from the gloves. But that's one of the luxuries that Carapace affords you. It affords you to go in these kind of weird armor builds. Pretty much any armor you build with Carapace, as long as you're leveling up Carapace, it's still going to be good. These Fullright gauntlets are going to be a 3 AV item, but like I said, not really hurting for AV right now. And there are some creatures where it doesn't really matter the AV that I have. They're probably going to be able to rip right through it. So I see what messed up with this zone. So normally in a rust bog, there are chests, like rusty lockers, filled with usually pretty good artifacts that are rusty. However, none of those chests spawn, so it looks like that was the error with the zone. That's okay. This run has already gotten lucky enough. I don't mind losing out on some chests. Alright, so we got a lair. Again, I wish I would know what creature this was for. Those little snapjaws that we just killed are like the advanced version of the snapjaws that we've been fighting like throughout this entire playthrough. They are a little bit more dangerous, but with the power of this build, we're pretty easily able to take them. However, these guys throw poison spears, which can be annoying, can do a good amount of damage. So you'll generally want to make sure that you are not allowing them to just throw stuff at you ad nauseum. You want to get into melee with them. Now, it's pretty rare for there to be a lot of these glow white cultists. Usually they come accompanied by a legendary enemy, and it looks like there's a novice of the Sightless Way. Yep, and there he goes, trying to do some Sunder Mines shenanigans. So I'm gonna back up to the wall here. I did get confused, which confused doesn't actually change your inputs. It just changes what everything looks, how everything looks. So yeah, there's the legendary glow-like cultist. Disliked by birds and roots. Roots is actually not too bad of a faction to gain reputation with, so the fact that they're hated is good for us. The Disciple of the Sightless Way is actually less threatening than the Novice of the Sightless Way. They tend to just use confusion and then die like that. So yeah, not too worried about them. I'm gonna go ahead and pop corrosive gas and attack this guy. He's stunned, and I'm just gonna keep wailing on him to keep him stunned. And there he goes. And we'll shoot his little follower to waiting out there. And this guy had a floating glow sphere, which is what I thought we had before, but it was a regular glow sphere. So they have the same tile now, which is definitely frustrating. I don't like that. But the floating glow sphere is worth a lot more, and it's in the floating nearby slot. This is a slender carbide folding hammer, so it's worth more and weighs less. So I'm going to go ahead and pick that up. All right, now I don't think we ended up killing the Novice of the Sightless Way. So it's either somewhere out there or it got killed by one of the one of the cultists. It probably got killed by one of the cultists, but I'm just going to play it a little safe and do a little ring around the rosy, walking around the edge of the map in case it tries to sunder me again. Alright, but it looked like it probably got killed by something else. Those novices are super weak. Oh, and I guess I was wrong. He was just kind of hanging out. But yeah, they're super weak, not dangerous at all. Those guys can show up in Grit Gate. So if they do show up, you know how to deal with them. Stair transitions, by the way, are screen transitions, so they will work for breaking Sundermind. Alright, I'm still not sure what legendary creature this is. It could be a hermit, as usually hermits have just random crap from every faction in their zone. And there's like Hindran here. Alright. Let's explore downstairs and see what we can find. Okay. So this is a dervish of the Sightless Way. So these guys have psychic weapons. So they are going to be attacking not your armor value, but your mental armor value. Now, my AV and my MA is the same. So regardless of whether he attacks AV or MA, it's the same. However, my mental armor is being boosted by Mental Mirror. So after the first attack, Mental Mirror is going to go on cooldown, and he's going to do more damage to me. So I don't want him to be in melee with me at all. So I'm just going to pop Corrosive Gas. And if he, so 2 flurries of the chain pistols and he's dead. If he wanted to get to me, he was going to have to go through the stink cloud first, which he was not able to do. So go ahead and wait for Corrosive Gas to come off cooldown. And I was right, it was a hermit. So he's admired by Isakari and disliked by Beetles. Beetles are the weird orb thing that we saw way earlier in the run. You start neutral with Beetles, so I don't mind losing a bit of reputation to gain some hermit reputation. And yes, we do learn berate from hermits, so I'm going to share a secret, and I'm going to learn berate. And I'm just going to promise, hey, I won't bother you again. And I'm just going to leave him alone. Alright, Elastine Slippers. Those are definitely good to have. It looks like the hermit is attacking this guy. He time warped us. That's why there was like that glowing blue stuff around me. And I guess he also froze himself. Unless there was something else that did that. Maybe that guy. Alright. So those like cyberneticists, they have mental mutations. but they're pretty weak. But they can have some good gear. So can these mysterious strangers, mysterious gunslingers. So we're going to disassemble all their guns. They didn't have anything good. The mysterious gunslingers have pistols. Sometimes they can have like expensive pistols, like laser pistols, but not that guy. All right, that looks like it's about it. So actually a really good pickup there. We got Berate for just some reputation. So that's an excellent pickup for us. We found a goat folk village, which is good. That's what we're looking for anyways. We're gonna head and explore around this area. So, in case it wasn't clear by all of the carbide and folded carbide equipment that we're finding now, this is the zone or the tier that you're meant to start finding carbide gear. So the fact that we found, I don't want to name stuff. So the fact that we found it so much earlier will now explain why I was excited to find it. All right, we're still lost. And we found another lair. This time it does tell me it's a lair of a legendary chitinous puma. So this is cat faction. I do have a love injector, but I'd rather just avoid it altogether. I don't really care enough about cat reputation to use a love injector on them. Which reminds me, I didn't get everything that I meant to in Gritgate, so we're actually right next to that, so let's go ahead and get the stuff that I forgot. There are 2 chests that have a whole bunch of injectors, and they just let you take them. So I forgot to grab these. Sphinx salt is not useful to us at all as a mutant that doesn't use mental mutations. These are cybernetics. They're only useful for Trukin, so for us that means they are money. Alright, so speaking of using money, these are examples of mods. So you see that it says item mod on it. Now Lantern is a helmet mod. It gives you some light on the helmet. Not useful for us. And Overloaded is an artifact mod that increases the effectiveness of certain artifacts, but causes it to draw more charge and for it to become hot. This is only a Mark II. If this was a Mark III, I would probably buy this. Mark II is still pretty good, but Mark IIs you can probably find out in the wild. So I won't buy it quite yet. So Spara Fusil and Jacobo is the other one. Woolly would be a pretty good mod normally. It gives you a little bit of heat and cold resistance. However, our Carapace is going to do all of the heat and cold resistance that we need. So I'm not gonna buy it. If you don't have Carapace, Woolly is a pretty good mod to have. And the rest of this, I don't want any of it. So, unfortunate, another merchant run foiled. Although I will go find Mafio, as I would like some more bullets. I have 1,600, but you can never have too many. And Mafio, the only data to see cells I don't want. And there's nothing else that he sells, so I'll go ahead and buy my I'll buy my slugs and move on. And it looks like I picked up a few trinkets. So we'll take some time and figure out what those are. I'm full on water, so let's go ahead and just pay some water. Alright, so night vision goggles. This would be useful if we didn't have night vision, but as it is right now, I'm just going to disassemble it. We actually got 2 pairs of night vision goggles. So I'll disassemble this one as well. And this one's a solar cell, so this is a chem cell that will recharge in the sun. So very handy for us. And a nano-pneumatic jackhammer. So a nano-pneumatic jackhammer is just like a better version of our pickaxe. But it's really heavy, so I don't like keeping it around. I was wondering for a moment what was weighing us down, and here I see we have 2 chain guns. So I'm just going to disassemble these chain guns. Because I do not need 80 pounds of unused gun on me. Alright, and we'll also disassemble 3 of these chairs. I'm going to keep the 1 chair that we had from the start. We're going to hold on to it and disassemble this slender chair. Alright, so at this point we have a lot of money. And I also have 2 artifact boosting identification items. So I'm going to equip both of those. I have the square cap, and I have the telescopic monocle. And I'm going to go ahead and sit on the chair. So sitting on the chair actually does something. It gives you a bonus to your artifact identification. So we're going to use all that together to finally identify what this artifact was. So there's a reason why I just left this as a small trinket this entire time. And that's because this is a sphere of negative weight. We picked this up from the ancient bones in the waterways underneath Red Rock way long time ago. So this is actually a fairly high tier item and is difficult to identify. So you actually risk breaking it pretty significantly if you try and identify it at the start. And if you break it, then it becomes, instead of negative 10 weight, it becomes 10 weight. So it is the opposite effect. So even with all of our boosting items, it still took us a little bit to try and identify it. But we finally got it, small sphere of negative weight. So now we can put our combat gear back on. And I had a silver rondure that's going to be at the bottom. All right, and we'll pick up our chair. All right. So we'll go ahead and make our way back up. Now we have a lot of money. So I'm going to go ahead and head on over to Ezra. Lead acid cell. These are cells that use acid as power. Acid is not a very common liquid to find, and these don't hold a whole lot of charge. So lead acid cells are not very good. And we just found random metamorphic polygel. So this was the item that Tam had at the very start that was so expensive that I couldn't afford it, even if I sold my soul and my firstborn. We just found it, just kind of sitting there. This is going to duplicate 1 item in our inventory. So this is really good for items like the Schrodinger page. So if you remember, we saw in the bookbinder at the Stilt, we saw the Schrodinger pages. So a really good item to duplicate would be those. So usually what you want to do is you want to find a Schrodinger page and hold on to it until you find metamorphic polygel. Because metamorphic polygel is easier to find than Schrodinger pages. So you just polygel this Schrodinger page and you have like infinite copies as long as you have polygel. So we actually found a random village here. You can tell because in the chat it says outskirts Tuva. So whenever it says outskirts, that means you're on the outskirts of a city. So we'll go ahead, or a village I should call it. So go ahead and explore. It looks like there's apes in this village. This for some reason is not owned. So I'll go ahead and take it and disassemble this chain gun. This is also not owned for some reason. Usually all chests in a village are owned, but it won't let you automatically open a chest that is owned by someone else. So it was totally safe for me to open all those chests. All right, and looks like there's the legendary disliked by cats and disliked by arachnids. So not interested in your rep. His ape reputation, that is not super important. Well, in some cases it is important, and in other cases it's really not important. So if you get ape reputation, you can learn about the location of an extremely powerful creature called the Borokoru, the ape god. And if you have enough reputation with apes, you can just have them as a party member. I don't really like that because I think it kind of cheats a lot of the fun out of the game, because then you just have the literal ape god killing everything. Yeah, it's just kind of boring to me. So we're not going to be doing that. So I'm not worried about ape reputation. And I'm looking at the top here, and I'm seeing that there is a legendary goat folk shaman. So looks like it has horns and wings. I'm not sure. Are these? Yeah. So these horns are different than the natural horns that goat folk normally have. So he has the horns mutation and he has the wings mutation. So we're going to want to keep our distance from that guy. But he's going to come with his own entourage all around him. We're going to want to be careful they don't get caught off guard. And ideally, we maintain some good distance from them, so that we can use our guns to shoot them down. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and equip some of these sower seeds right now, in case he does spawn with the entourage around him. And anything that I think is nearby that legendary, I'm just going to pull it away like I did that bully, that goat folk bully. Because I don't want him coming out of the trees while I'm dealing with something else. So I'm not sure where he went. There's a chain pistol here. I already have the chain pistols that I want, so I'll go ahead and disassemble these. Kill that guy, heal up to full. Take a peek at these chests. This is a regular glow sphere. High explosive grenade. Its high explosive grenade is pretty much identical to a sower seed, so we'll go ahead and hold on to it. And we'll turn the corner here to bring them to us. And we'll only fight one at a time, so 2 birds, 1 stone. And we'll take all of that. Not sure where that legendary went. Just kind of disappeared. Maybe it went to the right. It looked like it was just going straight down though. I'll take this 8 for hat. The 8 for item sell for a lot. I have no idea where it went. Maybe it transition zones? They usually don't do that. I'm not sure where it went. Alright, so these legendary chrome idols are always loved by robots. So remember how we talked about wanting robots on our side? We don't want to kill them. So we're going to draw his entourage away and kill them. So that way we can just leave. So as soon as we have enough separation, we can just exit the map. Alright, so here we are at Oman Porch. There's always an Addy, I don't know how to pronounce this, Addy bug here. It's blind, so you can just like walk around it. It won't bother you. But I hate having this like turn start and being in combat because the stupid blind bug is around me. So I always end up killing it. It's worth a bunch of experience to do so. Alright, so here at Oman Porch, we're going to be coming back for a quest. But this guy here, Asphodel, or this Z here, Asphodel, is loved by the Consortium of Fita. So this is another place where you can get Consortium of Fita reputation if you need snake oiler. Now, because the merchants, the best merchants in the game, like the best static merchants in the game, are all part of the Consortium of Fita, you definitely want to still have Consortium of Fita rep, even though we've got snake oiler. If you have a higher reputation with a faction, your prices with that faction improve. Alright, so this robot here is a warden. Again, admired, disliked by these villages, don't care about them. But admired by villagers of Ezra and wardens, that is guaranteed from them. And is what I'm looking for. Since they are a robot, they use oil as their water ritual liquid. So that's why I got the oil earlier. We'll go ahead and share some secrets because we got them. And we'll also go up to this tree. Now, this isn't just a normal tree. This tree is the mayor of the village. They are disliked by Barathramites, don't care. We can get tons and tons of rep from the Barathramites. And disliked by tortoises, again, don't care. We already have tons of reputation with them. But admired by Daughters of Exile, that's a good one. So we'll go ahead and water ritual Mayor Hades because they teach customs and folklore. So customs and folklore allow you to get 25 more reputation every single time that you do, it gives, whenever you do a water ritual, you get 25 more reputation with them. It only happens once, but then you have to go back and talk to them and water ritual them again to get the extra bonus. But 25 is sometimes the difference between being neutral and hostile with a faction, so it's a good one to have. All right, so this person right here, Ilahaj, is the one and only member of the Daughters of Exile. So water ritualing her was the whole reason why I didn't water ritual Q Girl earlier. It's because I wanted her to teach me repair. So now I know repair. I don't care about her reputation anymore. She will also sell you A couple data discs, but most of what she sells is cybernetics. So these are probably all cybernetics. And this is a recoiler for Ezra. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this. I want this. And we'll sell some of the stuff that we have. She does sell the freezing mod, so I will go ahead and buy that. This is a pretty good mod. I will sell some of the stuff that we don't need. We'll sell this nano pneumatic jackhammer. It's super heavy. I'll sell the shotgun. It's also heavy. That should be good. Alright, so we'll identify this artifact. It's a freezing club. Clubs are worth very, very little, so I'm just going to drop it. And we have our Ezra recoiler. Alright, now the next person that we're going to look at is Six Shrew. So Six Shrew just looks like a plant, but they are actually a merchant for the Consortium of Fita. And Six Shrew is selling metamorphic polygel. So we're probably going to buy that from it. But we'll take a quick peek at what else they have. So this mace is a one-handed weapon. And I don't really have the strength to properly use this anyways. So this would be a small boost for us. But not enough of a boost for me to want to spend 1,500 drams of water. Instead, I'm much happier buying this metamorphic polygel. So we'll go ahead and sell a whole bunch of stuff to be able to afford it. We'll sell this turbo data disk. It's not useful. We'll sell these grenades that we don't need. We'll sell the glow spheres. Sell these weapons. Sell these artifacts. It says it's important. It's not important. And we'll sell that as well. And we'll get rid of some of these copper nuggets. And there we go. We now have a second serving of metamorphic polygel. So I'm pretty happy with that. We cleared out a lot of the stuff in our inventory, so we got a lot more weight to play around with. So let's go ahead. We leveled a couple times, I guess. I just wasn't paying attention. We'll put one in corrosive gas. Can I advance carapace? No, I can't. And we'll put another in double muscled. And on the skills, we'll go ahead and take Conq to get a free daze. It's an activated ability, so we'll have to remember to use it. And for pistol skills, can't really afford any that I want. So instead, we're going to go and buy Shake It Off. This is going to increase our chance to resist being stunned, and we'll also take less damage from poison. All right. So that's it from Ezra. This is a pretty high tier historic site. I'd rather not go there until after we're done with Bethesda Susa. So I'm going to start walking back to Bethesda Susa. And it's a legendary glowfish. We're in the Salt River. In the Salt River are very dangerous enemies called madpoles. I do not want to fight any madpoles, as they tend to dismember all of your limbs. And since it's a a fish lair, there's probably going to be a good amount of them. So I am neutral to fish, but madpoles are still going to be aggressive to me. So even though I have a neutral fish reputation, it's not going to save me from the madpoles. Go ahead and get ourselves unlost. And I'll set foot in Bethesda Susa. I'll clear out the first area around here. But I'll probably just leave it at that, just because we're reaching the end of the stream. I've got some other things to do. You can equip these boulders, by the way. You just press E and you equip it and you can throw it. So it's a good way to get whatever is underneath the cragmensch once you kill them. For those of you who weren't familiar with that enemy, this is a cragmensch. So cragmensch have very, very high armor. Extremely high, ridiculously high. So the way that you want to kill them is with elemental damage. And acid is not a great one. They're pretty resistant to acid, but they have such little HP that it doesn't really matter. Since they are not immune to it, it still works pretty well. And here we got rough jasper gemstone. So that's worth a good little bit. So always be checking underneath the cragmensch. They have extremely low quickness, so they don't move very often, but they do hurt. They do a lot of damage. So don't underestimate them. Make sure to treat them with the proper respect, or else you'll just end up dead. Alright, there's a few enemies below me, but I'm not super worried about any of them. We got a really strong build. And we got confused, so the location of things on my screen right now are not where they actually are. Again, confuse will move things around from where it is, but it only do so visually. I'm going to tank both of these at the same time, because I have the AV to do so. And this Taco Suprema is worth a lot of money, and that's pretty much its only use, is it has 0 weight and is worth tons of money. So we've already made quite a bit of money off of these cragmensch. Now, attacking one normally here, you can see that it takes quite a while to kill them. Even with my honestly pretty good weapon. So usually you want to have some sort of elemental damage like we do with the corrosive gas generation before going in here. All right. Well, before we dive into Bethesda Susa, I think we're going to leave that for another stream. So thank you guys for joining me. It's been a lot of fun doing this. I'm kind of upset that I didn't do this earlier, but this will be a good thing for people to have so that they can look at. I've been getting all kinds of messages asking about like beginner style playthroughs from a player who's been around for a little bit longer. So we'll definitely do this again. I'll probably do another stream tomorrow, so hopefully I'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day, everyone.